never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Simon Marks. The World Health Organization has declared the Mpox outbreak in Africa a global health emergency. It's a major move suggesting that the disease could spread to the rest of the world. The Democratic Republic of Congo accounts for the highest number of reported cases, with outbreaks also appearing in neighbouring Burundi, Rwanda, Uganda and Kenya. From FSN's bureau at UN headquarters in New York, Jody Jacobs reports.
This is the highest emergency level under international health law. A public health emergency of international concern, a status given by the WHO to extraordinary events that pose a public health risk to other countries. The World Health Organization says the speed of its spread in the past few weeks is alarming. Since the beginning of the year, more than 15,000 cases of Mpox and 500 deaths have been reported. Mpox is a viral disease that can spread easily among people. Most cases are mild, but it can kill.
President Biden has been celebrating fresh economic data suggesting inflation in the US is coming under control. Annual inflation dipped below 3% in July for the first time in 3 years. The president was asked if he thinks inflation has now been beaten.
Yes. I told you we're going to have a soft landing. We're going to have a soft landing. My policies are working. Start writing that way, okay?
But some economists continue to fear the US could go into recession, arguing the Federal Reserve has been too slow to lower interest rates. A 53-year-old woman has been jailed in England after suggesting on Facebook that a mosque in the northern town of Southport should be blown up with the adults inside. Julie Sweeney will serve a 15-month sentence for the social media posting, which came amid riots that were fuelled by misinformation relating to the killing of 3 young girls in Southport last month. A 6-ton sandstone rock at the centre of Stonehenge came from northeast Scotland, not the much closer Wales ad had previously been thought. New research shows the altar stone at the centre of the ancient circular monument was conveyed at least 465 miles by land, or more than 620 miles if it was transported by sea. Heather Sabir is Senior Properties Curator for Stonehenge at English Heritage.
This sort of really confirms that it must have come from more or less the top of Britain, the northeast Scotland. As archaeologists, we've got a lot to get our head around to think about, how this might have happened, who brought it, and why they brought it such a distance. But it's very exciting news.
Researchers were able to reach their conclusion by analysing mineral grains within the rock. Their findings suggest Neolithic people living 4,500 years ago were able to move heavy objects long before the invention of lightweight spoked wheels. From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks. Today, Ukraine's military assault on Russia. President Volodymyr Zelensky says his forces now hold 1,000 square kilometres of Russian territory after launching a surprise attack on a border post on Ukraine's eastern front. Dr. Eleanor Bindman of Manchester Metropolitan University says Kyiv may be trying to seize territory to use as a bargaining chip in any peace talks with the Kremlin.
It's possible that is one of the aims, and that the Ukrainians are trying to put themselves in a better position if it ever gets to the point that there are serious peace negotiations. Russia currently holds around 18% of Ukrainian territory, and it's been very clear that any negotiations would, their starting point would be that they're not going to give up any of that territory. So the Ukrainians may be wanting to kind of, come back with something stronger to say, well, we've got some of yours, so that's a sort of bargaining chip. I don't think ultimately that is really what's going to happen, because I think they probably will be forced to give it back. I think it's about boosting morale at home amongst the Ukrainian population, which is well over 2 years now into this brutal conflict. It's also about bringing the war home to Russians and Russian civilians in a way that perhaps it hasn't been up until this point. And it's also about showing Ukraine's allies that they are able to launch these lightning attacks, which have taken the Russian side very much by surprise.
And indeed, this is the biggest incursion into Russian territory since the end of World War II. The main news again, the World Health Organization has declared the Mpox outbreak in Africa a global health emergency. President Biden has been celebrating fresh economic data suggesting that inflation in the US is coming under control. And a 6-ton sandstone rock at the centre of Stonehenge came from northeast Scotland, not the much closer Wales as had previously been thought. And that is the latest feature story news. Simon Marks reporting.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Under the dark night on the interstate, under the 100 miles in the pouring rain, these are worth all the time I've spent away. Under the dark night on the interstate, I'm driving through the year, trying to make it right. My baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls. I'm 1,000 miles away from my old world.
Alrighty, what do you say? With the flip of a switch, it is showtime. Just like that, another day. As we will close out a Wednesday. And begin looking toward the weekend. It's all downhill. We will make our way into a Thursday, 15th day of August. Some refer to it as Friday Eve. All right, we'll take it. Trust your week's going well. Another night of 100 miles in the pouring rain. Well, if you're running north to south in parts of the country, yeah, you may be in that sort of scenario. Yeah, heavy rain, strong winds, couple of clusters of thunderstorm activity tonight. The heaviest of which is south central and southwestern Iowa on down into east central and especially northeastern Kansas. You know, some of these producing 70-mile-per-hour winds. A lot of reports of numerous trees down. So watch out. The heaviest rains right now, this line, the southern line, moving into the Des Moines area, south side of Des Moines. You're getting hit hard with those straight line winds. That line that extends down to the just about the north side of Topeka, Kansas. So all points in between, northwest portions of Missouri. Heavy-duty winds pushing through your area. Another pretty significant line of showers and thunderstorms, torrential rains, flash flooding possible. Extends from south central and southeastern North Dakota all the way into the southwest corner of South Dakota. So right about Fargo, North Dakota, some of the heaviest rains are pushing in at this hour. I'll say within the hour, the southern extent will be pushing through Sioux Falls, South Dakota. So areas of western Minnesota, get ready. You'll see some of this heavy rain pushing into your area through the overnight hours as well. Yeah, that's the bulk of the precip in the lower 48 tonight. Yeah, we got a few showers up into northeastern portions of Maine. You can see the well-defined circulation of Ernesto down there in the Caribbean. The latest on Ernesto, the good news is we're not going to see a lot of impacts in the lower 48. It's going to definitely be stirring up the surf and the rip currents all across the eastern seaboard here over the next couple of days as we head into and through the weekend. You know, a lot of folks are, summer vacation season has not ended. Yeah, for everyone, a lot of folks are still heading out to the beaches, especially on the weekends. But we start with, despite Ernesto encountering the towering mountains of Puerto Rico Tuesday night, he continues to gain strength, has the potential to rapidly intensify now that the storm's back over the open waters of the southwestern Atlantic. The next target appears to be Bermuda this weekend. Central pressure continued to drop on Wednesday, a sign the storm is strengthening. The 8 p.m. Eastern update, Ernesto, a Category 1 hurricane, sustained winds of 80 miles per hour, just over 700 miles to the south-southwest of Bermuda. So they're anticipating rapid intensification over the next couple of days as Ernesto encounters the warm waters, the moist air, and low wind shear. As a result, AccuWeather's lead hurricane expert says we believe Ernesto will become a major hurricane of at least a Category 3 prior to approaching Bermuda. That's a significant storm. All right, Ernesto could pass within 100 miles of Bermuda on Saturday morning, depending on exactly how close the storm tracks to the islands. The strongest part of the hurricane, the eastern eye wall, could pass over the British overseas territory. Many of the structures on that island are made of stone. They can withstand a formidable hurricane, but power outages will obviously occur. Potential for significant property damage. Cruise, shipping, fishing interests all need to closely monitor the track and the intensity of Ernesto as it turns northward over the west central Atlantic. As it approaches this weekend, it is strongly recommended small craft remain secured in port as Ernesto makes its closest pass to Bermuda. Obviously, airport operations will, in all likelihood, cease there. So heavy rain to the islands of Bermuda. Rain will be intense enough to cause flooding, washing rocks and other debris onto roads that pass through the small hills there. So still keeping a close eye on. Now, after the encounter with Bermuda this weekend, the next stop will be Atlantic Canada, they're telling us, even though the region is hit frequently in the winter months by powerful nor'easters. Ernesto could bring some significant problems to that region. It could strike the island of Newfoundland or possibly even reach Nova Scotia, Canada, early next week. At this time, we believe Ernesto will be taking a north-northeast pass as it approaches Atlantic Canada early next week. That brings up the likelihood of a landfall in Newfoundland, or if the track's a bit further to the west, a landfall could occur there in Nova Scotia. So our friends north of the border are going to be keeping an eye on things. Coming up, updates on the wildfires out west, still battling the largest wildfire in California this year. It is only 40% contained as of Wednesday. This fire has scorched more than 670 square miles. The massive Park Fire that was started by arson back on July the 24th. If this thing continues to rage there in the state of California. Hello to Philly Dan from the city of brotherly love. Good to have you on board out of the box. There's Pappy. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. It's the midnight hour. Yes, indeed, somewhere deep beneath the Earth's crust, hidden in the Hotshot secret bunker. Steve's throwing the breakers, raising the FR3 antenna. The stick shit eliminator power mic is on. Stay Bill your lane, or the overnight drive frequency waves will run you over. Beautiful night, 69 degrees, Harrison, Ohio. Just another beautiful day here in the far side of southwest Ohio. 844-844-3388. Those are the digits to hit. Don't be a scarecrow. Be a part of the show. Have we lost our way from our founding fathers? He asks. You can spot a phony salesperson. You can spot a phony soldier. Or you can spot a phony pastor. Just stirring things up. All right, heat up that cup of Joe. Snuggle up to whomever, whatever. Kick back and relax, and let's discuss. Or you can be like Big Ed. You can't find 'em, grind 'em. Hello to Marianne. Good morning, Steve, and the overnight family. Everybody be safe out there. Shorty is rolling again tonight. I-95 southbound Brunswick, Georgia, at 81 degrees at the midnight hour. Orlando, turnaround number 2. Jeffrey also checks in from the Sunshine State. Hello, Steve, the overnight crew. Ready for another exciting show. Hello to Brett. Hello, all my overnight friends. Clear skies, 70 degrees in the Mile High City. Today is my Friday. Going to go on a big 10-mile hike up in the mountains this weekend, as well as going to see the Rockies attempt to play baseball. They really are just awful, but it's a great stadium anyway. Hope everybody stays safe this weekend. Let's enjoy some live overnight radio with Mr. Summers. All right, have a good time hiking out there. All right, hopefully the weather participates as well. Watch for those afternoon showers and thunderstorms that can creep up on you. Hello to Gilligan. Morning, Steve. Fellow listeners driving under the stars atop Christiansburg Mountain, Virginia, on a pleasant 67-degree night. Everybody keep it shiny side up. All right. Paul says, hoping all is well in Mitchell, South Dakota, and throughout the Omaha region. Y'all have a safe and blessed ride tonight. Brian, good morning. Everybody stay safe out there, highways and byways. And there's Jerry. Good morning, everybody. We got a really bad accident north of Kokomo. Yeah, 31's been closed all day long. Okay, I'll see if I can dig up some more details on that. Kokomo, Indiana, in the Hoosier. Our number, 844-844-3388. Let's get the party started. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Once again, hope your week's going well. Close out a hump day. Thursday coming on. Next thing you know, the weekend's rolling in. All right, hello to Larry. Good afternoon. Hammer down, be safe 68 in Platkill, New York tonight. Route number 3 to Schenectady. All right, Jerry said I tagged your Facebook page about that crash there in Kokomo. All right, let's see. Paul says, fake or phony pastors you can spot. They make the Bible way too hard to understand. And they've got them shifty eyes. Let's say Joe is on board. See what's going on with Joe this early Thursday. Hi there.
Oh, hey, Steve. How are you doing tonight?
Kicking things off, ready to roll. What's happening?
Oh, well, yeah, well, first I'd like to ask, how's Turbo doing?
Turbo's doing well. He's getting older. He's slowing down a little bit. He's getting a little chunky. I think I give him too many treats, but he's doing great.
Oh, that's great to hear, yeah. Well, my dad said that he'd like to call you again sometime soon. He's been pretty busy, but he plans on calling you soon. But I wanted to call tonight just to talk a little bit about my dog, and I've told you in the past that I have autism and that my dog helps me a lot, and lately I've been experiencing some anxiety, and he's really been helping. So I just want to say to everyone out there, I hope you're all driving safe, and if you have a dog, hug them tight and give them a lot of treats. Thanks, Steve.
All right, dogs. Man's best friend. And I saw a report here just a week or two ago where they say dogs can actually sense when their owner is stressed. They know when you're having those anxiety sort of issues. They want to help comfort us. And I see the Carolina Monkey Gouger is in the house at 844-844-3388. I would assume he wants to discuss a little bit about the ramifications of the race activities, that final lap over the past weekend, and all the controversy that had surrounded that. We did finally get the official word from NASCAR officials this past afternoon. And Austin Dillon is no longer in the NASCAR Cup Series playoffs. NASCAR said Dillon will be allowed to keep the win from Sunday's race at Richmond, will not be able to use that win to qualify for the playoffs after crashing both Joey Logano and Denny Hamlin on that last lap in his efforts to make the postseason in the win and in playoff format. Now, by now, most of us probably realize, but if you hadn't paid attention, Dillon raced 32nd in the points standings. He appeared to have the race won straight up, but there was that late caution for a crash between Ricky Stenhouse Jr. and Ryan Preece. After the pit stops, Logano was able to get the lead on that overtime restart, leading into turn 3 and 4 on that final lap before Dillon dumped him, as they say. As Dillon then slowed to avoid Logano's spinning car, Denny Hamlin went low to pass for the win. As Hamlin was doing that, Dillon turned low into Hamlin and hooked Hamlin into the wall. Now, that's the way they're explaining it. I know some folks have differing opinions. Dillon's penalty this past day, as NASCAR declined to make a ruling in the immediate aftermath of the checkered flag after the race. Of course, NASCAR executive Elton Sawyer said NASCAR would review what happened on that final lap, and what Dillon did was kind of right up against the line of what is and is not acceptable on the track, as he put it. He was also penalized 25 points for his moves on that final lap, in addition to having his playoff spot taken away. So he's now 31st in the point standings. He could still qualify for the playoffs if he wins one of the final 3 races in the regular season. He's got Michigan, Daytona, or Darlington. Then the spotter, and Gouger pointed this out the other day, said, I think the spotter is going to be in some trouble. His spotter has been suspended for 3 races after he was heard saying, wreck him, on the final lap. Logano's been fined $50,000 for Logano, on the other hand. Yes, he was fined $50,000 for revving up the engine as he came to a stop on pit road near family and members of Dillon's team that was after the race. Now, Richard Childress Racing, they say, will be appealing the penalties to Dillon. NASCAR's win and you're in playoff format kind of begs drivers like Austin Dillon to do what he did Sunday night. And with just 4 races to go before the postseason, he entered that race knowing he needed to get a victory to advance to the postseason. And, of course, earn a lot of prize money for the team. Now, even if you don't agree with his actions on that final lap, most can kind of understand why he acted on his desperation. After driving away with the lead in the final laps, he found himself in second place with a half lap to go. Sunday night was probably going to be his last chance to get a playoff spot. Now, during the post-race news conference, he said, I've seen Denny and I've seen Joey make moves that have been running people up the track to win. This is the first opportunity in 2 years for me to be able to get a win. I drove in there. I kept all 4 tires turning across the start-finish line. To me, I've seen a lot of stuff over the years in NASCAR. People will move people. It's part of the sport. It's part of racing. You know what I mean? Yeah, remember when Joey said, short track racing, he knows what it is. In your shoes, what would you do? So put yourself in his shoes, right? Okay. So very interesting. 3 races to go. Was that too harsh? He gets to keep the win. So I guess he keeps the prize money, but still not in the playoffs. So the desperation will continue as we head on into those final 3 regular season races. All right. We'll get to the Carolina Monkey Gouger right after the news break because we're about a minute away. So, quick time to say hello to Eskimo Mom. Howdy to the Overnight Drive Nation. Friday Eve. Got the usual run tonight. Don't know if it's just me, but it seems there's more traffic out tonight than normal. Or I'm in a pack that just can't seem to break apart, maybe. It's aggravating when you want to get away from the slightly slower traffic, but you can't. Got some hazy skies, a little breeze, 68 degrees as we roll on Interstate 71 in the Bluegrass tonight. And there's Steve from Ottawa, our friend in Canada. Hello, Steve. He said, enjoying your NASCAR news. By the way, there was yet another interesting NASCAR news update. We'll get to that all ahead as we kick off a brand new day. 844-844-3388.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Simon Marks. The World Health Organization has declared the Mpox outbreak in Africa a global health emergency. It's a major move suggesting that the disease could spread to the rest of the world. The Democratic Republic of Congo accounts for the highest number of reported cases, with outbreaks also appearing in neighbouring Burundi, Rwanda, Uganda and Kenya. From FSN's bureau at UN headquarters in New York, Jody Jacobs reports.
This is the highest emergency level under international health law. A public health emergency of international concern, a status given by the WHO to extraordinary events that pose a public health risk to other countries. The World Health Organization says the speed of its spread in the past few weeks is alarming. Since the beginning of the year, more than 15,000 cases of Mpox and 500 deaths have been reported. Mpox is a viral disease that can spread easily among people. Most cases are mild, but it can kill.
President Biden has been celebrating fresh economic data suggesting inflation in the US is coming under control. Annual inflation dipped below 3% in July for the first time in 3 years. The president was asked if he thinks inflation has now been beaten.
Yes. I told you we're going to have a soft landing. We're going to have a soft landing. My policies are working. Start writing that way, okay?
But some economists continue to fear the US could go into recession, arguing the Federal Reserve has been too slow to lower interest rates. A 53-year-old woman has been jailed in England after suggesting on Facebook that a mosque in the northern town of Southport should be blown up with the adults inside. Julie Sweeney will serve a 15-month sentence for the social media posting, which came amid riots that were fuelled by misinformation relating to the killing of 3 young girls in Southport last month. A 6-ton sandstone rock at the centre of Stonehenge came from northeast Scotland, not the much closer Wales as had previously been thought. New research shows the altar stone at the centre of the ancient circular monument was conveyed at least 465 miles by land, or more than 620 miles if it was transported by sea. Heather Sabir is Senior Properties Curator for Stonehenge at English Heritage.
This sort of really confirms that it must have come from more or less the top of Britain, northeast Scotland. As archaeologists, we've got a lot to get our head around to think about, how this might have happened, who brought it, and why they brought it such a distance. But it's very exciting news.
Researchers were able to reach their conclusion by analysing mineral grains within the rock. Their findings suggest Neolithic people living 4,500 years ago were able to move heavy objects long before the invention of lightweight spoked wheels. From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team, drivers, and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383 to apply today.
Great to have you on board as we roll into a Thursday. Yes, indeed. We turn the page on the calendar. Well, good morning to Buckeye Boy, Ackworth, Georgia. 75 degrees, another warm one today. But I did get the first coat of trim painting finished. Have to stop by Home Depot at some point, get more disposable paint tray inserts. Did I mention I hate painting? I may get the first roller coat finished before the rain moves in. Then I'll probably pay somebody else to put that second coat on. Braves just won 13-2 against the Giants. Michael Harris, our center fielder, just got back from the 60-day disabled list. Hit a granny his first at-bat. We really needed him back. Got a meeting tomorrow with our financial advisor. Then I have to go to do a local pickup about 4:30 in the afternoon. We'll deliver on Friday. Then I'm off till Wednesday, when we'll load up for another long trip. Los Angeles and just outside of San Fran for Monday and Tuesday. I was going to try to see my niece and her cousin. They're not going to be in town, so her husband's out to sea on deployment with the Coast Guard for a few months right now. It's kind of tough on them, but yeah, that's the life. Lastly, did you see the video of the police roaming the streets in Minneapolis at the direction of Tampon Tim, shooting people with paintballs during their COVID lockdown back in 2020? Unbelievable. Marxist-type government control. Well, everybody, have a great night. Be careful out there. Thank you very much. All right, Buckeye Boy. Good to have you on board. The Carolina Monkey Gouger.
Well, good morning, Steve-O.
Well, what do you say? What do you think, Austin Dillon, and the stripping him of the playoff berth?
Well, I will tell you something. I knew Joey was going to get fined, and I knew that Sparta was going to get zapped. But I didn't think they was going to take those extreme measures of taking him being in the playoff out. But, hey, you know, I'm going to tell you something. This week I listened to NASCAR more than I have in a year and a half. All those sports commentators, Dave Moody, all of them, oh, yeah, we need to do something about this. NASCAR's got to put an end to it, blah, 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 right on down the line, you know. This is the reason that NASCAR is not filling seats. They're not filling stadiums. They're at an all-time low. I mean, I hope that Austin can pull something off in these next 3 races and rub it in their face, kind of like the Atlanta Braves did that year that Atlanta pulled that crap down there. He got a good chance at Daytona. He'd run at Daytona. Michigan, I don't know. He ain't run good there, but I don't think what they done was wrong. I mean, is right. I mean, hey, you know, winning you're in.
Mm-hmm.
And he definitely, and I mean, right up until they had that caution, he'd run off on the field. He just put a shellacking on all of them. And my question is, on these green, yellow, checker flags,
yeah,
how many people been hurt when they pull this bull crap? You know, I mean, I don't know how many laps they run round there before they got the track cleared, but the way I look at it, 2 laps to go, you know, he didn't take the white flag, but hey, track was scheduled event was 400 laps, whatever it was, and go ahead and he won the race. I mean, that's the way it is. I mean, NASCAR just out and out crap them. I mean, you know, Steve, this is the reason I give up on NASCAR. I got free tickets to go to Darlington, and I told the guy, he called me today and said, "You want tickets to go to Darlington?" I said, "Not really." I said, I'm not going to participate in a sport or give them any money that they play their rules as they go. You know, nobody knows. I mean, you know, like Elton Sawyer said Sunday night, this is a contact sport, you know. I really don't see anything in our DNA would make us change it, and all these damn sports announcers get on radio and TV and everything, raising hell about it. So, Austin, all I can say is, buddy, you're a victim of circumstances. And if Denny Hamlin would have done it, he'd probably got away with it. Joey Logano and them got away with it. I mean, you look up that Bristol when Earnhardt, I didn't mean to wreck him. I was just going to rattle him. Right, we had the incident with the water bottle, Rusty Wallace and Earnhardt again. I mean, you know, Earnhardt was my hero. That was my driver. He brought a new meaning to the rubbing his racing, you know.
Yep.
So I'm glad they let him keep the purse money and the win, and I hope some way they can get those engineers all fired up and get him a good Michigan car, a Daytona car, or Darlington car, and he can rub it in their face, come back and win, and rub it in their face and say boo-hoo, 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 Denny Hamlin, you know. But that's about my take on that, Steve. I mean, I didn't think they would go to that extreme. I mean, I really didn't. But hey, it is what it is, and move on to another day. But Steve, there was something I wanted to bring up. I had a long conversation with my congressman today about this longer truck deal.
Mm-hmm.
And he feels like this thing is going to be dead on arrival.
Okay.
He said he's not voting for it. He was asking me my reasons for it, and I told him, and he said, well, I agree with everything you're saying. He said the road bed is not prepared for this extra weight. And I said, well, you look right down that Santee where that bridge is caving in. He said, yeah. He said, that's a bad thing down there. But you know, Steve, there was a question brought up last night. Oh yeah, they'll go up on the rates. Let me tell you something. When I started trucking, we had 40-foot trailers. Then we went to 42. Then we went to 43. And then we went to 45. Then we went to the 48 102s. I didn't see the rates go up. You know, and the reason that they went, and then they went to 53-foot trailers.
Mm-hmm.
And right now, I'm loaded at capacity and got 6-footer trailer in the back of this thing. You know, that was those guys hauling those high cube light loads is what caused the 53-foot trailer to merge. And about any given time, especially, you know, hauling what we haul, there's always 6-footer waste of space back there. But you go to a customer 48-foot 102 trailer, oh, we're not loading that. Even though you can load that load on there. I mean, I am just not for this. I think it's just crazy. But he told me he felt like after me and him talked a long time, and he asked my opinion on it and everything, and I told him. And he said that he felt like this thing would be dead on arrival. But he said, you know, you never can tell. They might tack it on to something, slide it through. But he said,
right.
I'll let all my people up there know how y'all feel in the trucking industry. And I said, that's the way I feel. A couple of them don't feel that way, but that's the way I feel. I mean, I said, Ralph, we're not going to see the rates go up. It's not going to happen. And I told him the same thing I told you. I said, you know, we went 40, 42, 43, 45, 48, right up to the 53-footers, and I ain't seen the rates. And, you know, you talked about this a bunch in the last couple months. And I seen that chart today, and the rates it's a bloodbath out here right now. I mean, it really is. The rates are terrible. For those guys that's hauling off the load board and everything else, I mean, it's ridiculous. And why these people continue to move this stuff for the rate they're offering, I don't know. But and something else that popped up today, he asked me about. He said, "What about this driver shortage?" I said, "Bull crap." I said, "There ain't no truck shortage." I said, "Ralph," I said, "You go to any truck stop about 6 o'clock in the afternoon, and you are not going to find a truck parking place."
Mm-hmm.
I said, that's the one thing that we do need somebody to stand up there and quit this pussyfooting around. And they spent millions on this truck parking issue, and it can be fixed simple as pie. And he said, okay, how would you fix it? I said, Nebraska's a fine example of it. They went out there, made a big old truck parking place, put trash dumpsters down there, well lit. And I said, they probably didn't spend $300,000-$400,000 on it. But I said, they're wasting millions on these studies and stuff. And I said, it needs to be quick, kick the can down the road. And I mean, it's crazy. And he said, well, I understand. He said, we'll see what we can get done. He said, I'll mention it. So anyway, that's where we at on that deal.
Okay.
So hopefully everybody keep calling Washington, and that's all you can do is, and, you know, Steve, I got my life membership, OIDA, this year at Truck Show. And I've been we've had that crowd has had some major battles, you know, back and forth. And somebody asked me, why'd you get a life membership? I said, I'll tell you why I got a life membership. They the only ones up there that's fighting anything. I said, for us, I said, they're the only people that's trying to get something done. And so that you know, join OIDA is all I can tell you, man. They the voice up there. They are being heard. But anyway, that's about all I got for tonight. We're about to get up here and unload tonight. Then we load our cannonballs up tomorrow night at here for the Marina Del Rey.
All right. Yeah, there you go. Little R&R at the home 20. Yeah. When the last time you've been out there gator hunting?
We didn't get a permit this year to go. I waited too late to get the permit in to go get picked for that hunt, and I didn't get picked this year to be in that thing. But I hate it because I look forward to that, man. Little gator tail, woo.
All right.
Little cold beer, and fried gator tail. Ain't nothing like it, buddy. Best in the world. But anyway, we'll talk to you tomorrow night on the way to the Marina Del Rey, baby.
All righty, the Carolina Monkey Gouger. Thank you very much. I guess it just hit the news wires here, I guess, this past evening. The other NASCAR headline, the retired Kurt Busch, apparently arrested in North Carolina Monday night, driving while intoxicated after being pulled over for speeding. According to the Iredell Free News report, a deputy with the county sheriff's office clocked Kurt doing 63 in a 45-mile-per-hour zone in his 2024 Lexus. It's about 11:30 in the evening. Court records reportedly allege he had red, glassy eyes, a strong odor of alcohol, and he admitted to drinking prior to driving. His blood alcohol concentration reportedly registered at 0.17, so more than double the legal limit in North Carolina. Following the arrest Monday evening, the magistrate revoked his license for 30 days. Kurt says, "I'm very disappointed in myself. I apologize to my family, my racing family, and my fans. I'll work with the authorities to rectify the situation and work with the county to make it a safer place." So throughout his 23-year Cup racing career, racing for Penske Racing, Stewart-Haas Racing, Furniture Row Racing, Phoenix Racing, Roush Racing, Chip Ganassi, and finally is at 23XI Racing in the Cup Series. He still works as a correspondent for Denny Hamlin's team. The racing team did not respond to Road and Track's request for comment, but I guess they said this is his second scenario of drinking and driving related. Back, in 2005, he was charged with reckless driving after being pulled over in Maricopa County, Arizona. Suspicion of a DUI. It was about a year ago, prior to the Coke Zero 400, the eldest Busch brother tearfully announcing his retirement from the sport after more than a year out of the cockpit, after suffering what ended up being a career-ending concussion in July of 22 at the Pocono Raceway. All right, so Kyle Busch. It is 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All righty, indeed. Plenty of room for you. Jump on in here. On to some of the industry headlines. According to the FreightWaves report, this could be a pretty big deal when it comes to the trucking industry. The liquidation of the trucking giant Pride Group could affect freight rates and the driver market across the industry, according to an industry observer. Pride Group, one of Canada's largest trucking and leasing companies, filed for bankruptcy protection on March the 28th, owing lenders $637 million. Stakeholders recently dismissed a $56 million bid by members of the Johal family, which founded and operated Pride Group, to buy back the company. This past day, a court-ordered monitor filed documents indicating Pride Group's operations and assets will be broken up to pay creditors. Given the feedback it's received to date, the monitor no longer views a restructuring plan as a feasible option. Given the lack of stakeholder support for it, bankruptcy monitor Ernst & Young says the Pride entities intend to continue to move forward with a going concern sale or wind down of the Pride Group logistics entities. A trucking official in Canada said Pride Group's demise could actually reverberate across the freight industry. The Pride Group of companies being sold off in order to wind down will certainly have a ripple effect. The group controlled over 20,000 trucks in Canada and the U.S., according to the president of the Private Motor Truck Council of Canada. Speaking to FreightWaves, he said the PMTC, Private Motor Truck Council, is an association that focuses on the interest of private fleet operators across Canada. The wind down of operations, this should place some upward pressure on freight rates. Now, the level of that increase would be hard to quantify. We're still at the moment in a depressed, if not slightly improving cycle. But Pride Group was known to be very aggressive on bidding down rates. So this in itself may help to see some rates and some rate lanes recover back to a proper rate structure. Pride Group, founded by Sullivan, a.k.a. Sam Johal, the president and CEO, and his brother. In 2010, the Mississauga, Ontario-based company operates 50 locations across Canada and the U.S., controlling, again, a fleet of 20,000 tractor-trailers, offering domestic and cross-border transportation services in Canada and the U.S., and operating truck dealerships and service centers in both countries. Back in March, Pride Group lender Mitsubishi HC Capital America filed a lawsuit seeking $100 million, accusing Sam and his brother of defaulting on payments that they had personally guaranteed. Pride Group subsequently filed for creditor protection, partially blaming the pandemic for causing a capacity glut and the low freight rates that left them unable to repay loans. Now, increased spot freight prices and low diesel prices and interest rates during the pandemic, as we all know, we've been talking ad nauseum about an increase in trucking and logistics supply. Night after night, we're talking about gradually thinning the field, but this takes a big chunk in one failed swoop. Pride Group still currently operates 1,068 trucks, and about 80% of its loads include perishable products. The company has over 900 employees and contractors still on payroll. They were financing their ongoing operations largely from funds issued under a $30 million debtor-in-possession financing, which ran out at the end of July. The company is seeking a new interim financing facility to keep operations flowing through maybe September the 8th, according to the report. That financing includes payments to subcontractors like truck drivers, under contract, mechanics, and office contractors. Statement says, we feel for the drivers who are going to lose their jobs. We hope they'll land on their feet. And some of the other many well-run trucking companies that are out there. It's hard. In today's hard financial times, we hope everybody's able to find full employment as soon as possible. So maybe a bit of a shake-up there, a big 20,000 truck operation.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers' Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Simon Marks. The World Health Organization has declared the Mpox outbreak in Africa a global health emergency. It's a major move suggesting that the disease could spread to the rest of the world. The Democratic Republic of Congo accounts for the highest number of reported cases, with outbreaks also appearing in neighbouring Burundi, Rwanda, Uganda and Kenya. From FSN's bureau at UN headquarters in New York, Jody Jacobs reports.
This is the highest emergency level under international health law. A public health emergency of international concern, a status given by the WHO to extraordinary events that pose a public health risk to other countries. The World Health Organization says the speed of its spread in the past few weeks is alarming. Since the beginning of the year, more than 15,000 cases of Mpox and 500 deaths have been reported. Mpox is a viral disease that can spread easily among people. Most cases are mild, but it can kill.
President Biden has been celebrating fresh economic data suggesting inflation in the US is coming under control. Annual inflation dipped below 3% in July for the first time in 3 years. The president was asked if he thinks inflation has now been beaten.
Yes. I told you we're going to have a soft landing. We're going to have a soft landing. My policies are working. Start right in that way, okay?
But some economists continue to fear the US could go into recession, arguing the Federal Reserve has been too slow to lower interest rates. A 53-year-old woman has been jailed in England after suggesting on Facebook that a mosque in the northern town of Southport should be blown up with the adults inside. Julie Sweeney will serve a 15-month sentence for the social media posting, which came amid riots that were fuelled by misinformation relating to the killing of 3 young girls in Southport last month. A 6-ton sandstone rock at the centre of Stonehenge came from northeast Scotland, not the much closer Wales as had previously been thought. New research shows the altar stone at the centre of the ancient circular monument was conveyed at least 465 miles by land, or more than 620 miles if it was transported by sea. Heather Sabir is Senior Properties Curator for Stonehenge at English Heritage.
This sort of really confirms that it must have come from more or less the top of Britain, the northeast Scotland. As archaeologists, we've got a lot to get our head around to think about, how this might have happened, who brought it, and why they brought it such a distance. But it's very exciting news.
Researchers were able to reach their conclusion by analysing mineral grains within the rock. Their findings suggest Neolithic people living 4,500 years ago were able to move heavy objects long before the invention of lightweight spoked wheels. From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks. Today, Ukraine's military assault on Russia. President Volodymyr Zelensky says his forces now hold 1,000 square kilometres of Russian territory after launching a surprise attack on a border post on Ukraine's eastern front. Dr. Eleanor Bindman of Manchester Metropolitan University says Kyiv may be trying to seize territory to use as a bargaining chip in any peace talks with the Kremlin.
It's possible that is one of the aims, and that the Ukrainians are trying to put themselves in a better position if it ever gets to the point that there are serious peace negotiations. Russia currently holds around 18% of Ukrainian territory, and it's been very clear that any negotiations would, their starting point would be that they're not going to give up any of that territory. So the Ukrainians may be wanting to kind of, come back with something stronger to say, well, we've got some of yours, so that's a sort of bargaining chip. I don't think ultimately that is really what's going to happen, because I think they probably will be forced to give it back. I think it's about boosting morale at home amongst the Ukrainian population, which is well over 2 years now into this brutal conflict. It's also about bringing the war home to Russians and Russian civilians in a way that perhaps it hasn't been up until this point. And it's also about showing Ukraine's allies that they are able to launch these lightning attacks, which have taken the Russian side very much by surprise.
And indeed, this is the biggest incursion into Russian territory since the end of World War II. The main news again, the World Health Organization has declared the Mpox outbreak in Africa a global health emergency. President Biden has been celebrating fresh economic data suggesting that inflation in the US is coming under control. And a 6-ton sandstone rock at the centre of Stonehenge came from northeast Scotland, not the much closer Wales as had previously been thought. And that is the latest feature story news. Simon Marks reporting.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Off and rolling, hour number 2. As we turn the page on the calendar, Thursday coming on. Mid-August, 15th of August. In some cases, kids already back to school. Those who aren't yet will be in fairly short order. Which means around the country, the traffic patterns will be changing. Watch for the school buses. Watch for the kids walking to and from the bus stops. And obviously a lot more traffic as moms and dads, aunts and uncles take the little ones to school for those that don't have bus service. But meanwhile, the summer vacation season hasn't ended just yet. A lot of folks still seeking the less crowded days here in the middle and latter portions of August to enjoy some time at the beach. However, Hurricane Ernesto may cause some troubles, and Debbie's actually still causing trouble in some areas. Now, Ernesto's expanding winds will be pushing the ocean surface, creating large swells that spread out from the center, much like a plunger in a bathtub, as Ernesto spins northward and strengthens before approaching Bermuda. Be aware the seas and the surf will be building along the east coast of the U.S. from south to north this weekend. First beginning to build along the southern Atlantic coast into the end of the week, then along the mid-Atlantic and on up into the New England coast this weekend. Ernesto taking a track about 500 miles offshore. But as those swells approach the shallow waters along the beaches, wave action will be increasing. And of course, correspondingly, the number and the strength of rip currents will increase as those waves carry more water shoreward that can escape before the next wave arrives. The water then returns to the deeper areas through narrow channels, a.k.a. rip currents. Now, rip currents are almost always present anytime there's breakers. They may appear as a quiet surf zone, but the water within is actually racing out to sea. Swimmers are strongly encouraged only swim under the watchful eye of lifeguards, follow the local restrictions due to the weather. They always advise if you get caught in one, it may be best not to fight the flow. Either swim parallel to the shore or just float until the seaward push subsides so you can avoid exhaustion and drowning. The ongoing problems in the eastern states into this weekend, ranging from a non-tropical storm bringing showers and thunderstorms to parts of the northeast, but the river flooding continues in the lowlands of the Carolinas as well in Georgia in the wake of Debbie. It looks like the rain in the northeast shouldn't cause any major problems on the rivers in that region. You've seen several days of dry weather in the wake of Debbie. Most of the flooding from Debbie was in a narrow zone that led to the rapid flooding of small streams and secondary rivers of the Appalachians. No significant problems, they tell us, on the major tributaries. More downpours will be visiting the southeast this weekend. That region may continue to experience slow-moving showers and thunderstorms. We saw some of that earlier this week. Debbie's runoff, though, has progressed to the large, slow-moving rivers on the coastal plain. Major flooding still ongoing in some cases. And those downpours earlier this week contributed to a slowing rate of recession, or in some cases delayed crests of some of the major tributaries. It may take until next week before some rivers actually crest, and a couple of weeks for most rivers to drop below flood stage in the southeast. Additional downpours this weekend, maybe minor impacts on the large rivers that continue to flood, but the moist ground and downpours could lead to significant flash flooding once again of some of the smaller streams in urban locations. Not what they really need there in the southeast. I was kind of wondering. I knew after those incredible rainfall amounts, all that has to eventually reach those larger tributaries. So, yeah, major flooding along some of the big rivers. Hello, Debbie. Good morning, Steve. A nice 65 degrees here in Indiana. Warming up to about 85 today. A chance of storms, but hoping everybody stays safe out there, especially my special driver. And have a terrific Thursday. All right. Thank you, Debbie. Safe travels out there, Woodpecker. Russell, good morning. 70 and clear. Hope all's going well at the secret bunker. May God heal the ones that are sick and afflicted. Yeah, truck drivers, be careful out there. Keep it between the ditches. And God bless you safely to your destinations. Keep moving on, like the TV show back in the 70s. It's almost Friday. Steve, you and everyone out there, take care. Have a great day. Good to have you on board there, Russell. All right, won't be long, and we'll be starting to look toward, I know, the holiday season. Time is flying by, mid-August already. But the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association is teaming up with Wreaths Across America to help honor U.S. military veterans. The association announced that they're going to be participating in the nationwide Truckload of Remembrance in partnership with the veteran group, part of the group's effort to place wreaths at Arlington National Cemetery, looking to fill a trailer full of wreaths, about 5,000 in total, to send to the cemetery in December. Every year on the National Wreaths Across America Day, partnering with over 300 transportation companies and independent drivers to deliver and place those wreaths on headstones of service members laid to rest in more than 4,200 cemeteries across the country. Last year's event, Wreaths Across America, and volunteers helped to honor more than 3 million veterans. Incredible how this program has grown. But through the partnership, OOIDA will be offering the chance to sponsor a wreath for $17 for each wreath sponsored. $5 will go toward the annual Truckers for Troops campaign, which benefits veteran organizations and sends care packages to active military personnel who are stationed overseas. Narita Taylor, the Director of Public Relations, said this partnership between OOIDA and Wreaths Across America is a natural fit. We've wanted to find a way to participate as an association, knowing that many of our members themselves actually volunteer to haul for Wreaths Across America every year. This is an easy way for anyone to get involved and benefit our own Truckers for Troops campaign at the same time. Of course, that Truckers for Troops campaign rolls around the week of Veterans Day, all week that week. And we'll be filling you in the details of when that kicks off and your chance to participate. Also get a discount in your annual membership to OOIDA and supporting the Truckers for Troops campaign at the same time. All right, plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. Eagle checks in here. Good morning. How are you?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. How you doing? Hey, listen, Steve. Hey, listen, man. Remember a couple of years ago, he's talking back in 2020. Before I get to some trucking industry news and Donald Trump, some very interesting news just came across your information network during your commercial break. I had heard about it earlier in the day. Well, what a surprise, Steve. In an election year, we got another outbreak of a disease called monkeypox, Mpox.
Yep.
What'd you say?
I know where you're headed. I'm thinking the same thing. Is this going to be our next, we got to lock it down sort of scenario?
Yeah, what a surprise, right around, the end of the year. All of a sudden, now we got an outbreak. The so-called World Health Organization has declared it a national, worldwide emergency. But guess what, Steve? Guess what? The empty suit that we have in the White House, if we have a president, I don't know, I don't know when the last time he's been seen, or he's been seen on a damn beach laying out in Delaware somewhere. Meanwhile, the world continues to turn. It's an embarrassment. This guy here is a complete embarrassment, Steve. And you could bet your last dollar that Joe Biden ain't gonna shut the U.S. border. If he ain't shut it in 3 years, he damn sure ain't gonna shut it now. So that's my advice to good old Joe Biden. Don't worry about the monkeypox, my man. You ain't worried about nothing else for the last 3.5, 4 years. So don't even shut the damn border down. Let that come on in too. Yeah, it shows how much you really care about America. I'm really fed up with these people, Steve. I really am. They saying that Donald Trump has talked about it. They said that this disease is coming out of Africa, the Congo. Donald Trump has talked repeatedly about the criminals and the bad people that are coming in America from the Congo. Now, who's to say that one of them individuals from the Congo or some part of Africa is not stepping into the United States as we speak with this deadly monkeypox, mpox, whatever the hell you want to call it? But see, I'm taking a stance like this from now on, Steve, until after the election. See, like the Democrats, if they ain't worried about it, I ain't worried about it. That's my stance from now on, because I'm about fed up to the brim with with everything for the last 3 years. The election can't come soon enough for me, so we can get these people out of the White House and get them back on the street. San Francisco, where that loser Kamala come from, and back to Delaware for good old Joe Biden, and we'll never see their ugly faces again. That's the way hopefully I got my fingers, toes, and everything else crossed that these individuals will be out of work come January 1st, 2025. That's a good thing, not a bad thing. Now, because I'm very pissed off about what's happening right now, Steve. Now let me move on to this other situation. With Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris. This woman here, Steve, her and the people that are associated with her ought to be ashamed of themselves. Just like Donald Trump said the day I listened to his rally today as I was rolling down the interstate making money. Donald Trump said that he wasn't even going to waste his time talking about what his plan is for the economy in America and when he get in the White House, because guess what? Good old Kamala is going to take his talking points and say the same exact thing that he said. All of a sudden, Kamala wants to give restaurant workers tax breaks that Donald Trump came up with, taking his talking points. And then what do you know, Steve? Kamala Harris said that she was going to shut the border down when she get in the White House. Well, I got bad news for you, Kamala. How come you can't do it now? You've been in there 3.5, 4 years, and you ain't shut it down yet. So what would make me think that you're gonna shut it down in 2025? She's not gonna shut anything down, Steve. She's like I told you a couple of nights ago. There's a sucker born every minute. That you actually have people in America that actually believe what this woman is saying. That these 3 talking points that I just made, they actually believe that she's gonna make that happen. If she ain't made it happen yet, she won't make it happen in 25. So, like I said before, Stevie, it's really an embarrassment. The American people, like I told you this several times on your show, when I come across a Democrat and in a truck stop, restaurant, or whatever, I don't waste my time talking to them, arguing with them, because see, there's nothing to argue about. I got all my talking points are right there in black and white, Steve. When I walk into the grocery store and see these sky high prices, when I pull up to a truck stop and see these sky high diesel and fuel prices, that's all I need. So a Democrat has nothing to say to me, absolutely zero. There's nothing that he can tell me to make me actually want to go to a voting booth and put my name on the dotted line for Kamala Harris or Joe Biden. So, like I said, Democrats, they can, like, I'm gonna be real nice because I'm trying to keep it clean tonight. All I can say right now, Steve, is come 2025, hopefully the Democrats will go straight to hell where they belong. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
All right, that's keeping it clean, right? That's keeping it. that was nice. But let's start with we have monkeypox. That's the new. Learn the name monkeypox. It's back. It's been around for a while, but the Canadian government separately, this past day, warning its residents to prepare for stay-at-home orders, food and fuel disruptions, should the outbreak of a hypothetical novel virus, which appears to be a statistical anomaly, occur. Say what? Back in June, Canada's Centre for Occupational Health and Safety released the second edition of their, what they call their Flu and Infectious Disease Outbreaks Business Continuity Plan Handbook. On Tuesday, the Daily Mail reported that the new edition of the handbook focuses on what course businesses, as well as residents in general, should take in the outbreak of a hypothetical disease. However, as a note, Newsmax did not find the word hypothetical mentioned anywhere in the handbook, per the reporting of the Mail, but still, the handbook supposedly focuses explicitly on the outbreak of a hypothetical disease. Foretelling Canadians what to expect in such an outbreak, the handbook stated that people may lose jobs, have their travel restricted, be forced to stay in their homes, and in more extreme situations, experience disruptions to telecommunications, financial, banking, water, power, gasoline, fuel, medicines, food supply, moreover, the handbook stated that such a scenario could play out for up to 2 years. Now, kind of the irony of that, I don't know, what is a hypothetical? The World Health Organization declaring monkeypox, the outbreaks in Congo and elsewhere, now a global emergency. Cases confirmed among children and adults in more than a dozen countries, and a new form of the virus spreading. Earlier this week, the Africa Centers for Disease Control and Prevention announced that the monkeypox outbreaks were a public health emergency, more than 500 deaths, and calling for international help to stop the virus spread. This is something that should concern all of us, according to the state. The potential for further spread beyond Africa and beyond is very worrying. The Africa CDC previously said the monkeypox, or Mpox, has been detected in 13 countries this year, and that more than 96% of all cases and deaths are in the Congo. Cases are up 160%, deaths are up 19% compared to the same period last year. So far, there have been more than 14,000 cases, and 524 have died. We're now in a situation where Mpox poses a risk to many more neighbors in and around Central Africa. He noted that the new version of the Mpox spreading from Congo appears to have a death rate of 3 to 4%. Now, there was monkeypox in 2022 that ultimately affected more than 70 countries, in which less than 1% of those infected actually died. A professor of medicine at the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine said declaring the Mpox outbreaks in Africa an emergency is warranted if that might lead to more support to contain them. It's a failure of the global community that things had to get this bad to release the resources needed. Okay. Officials at the Africa CDC said nearly 70% of the cases in Congo are in children under the age of 15, who also accounted for 85% of the deaths. So, for whatever reason, the younger are being more impacted. Let's see. An epidemiologist working in Congo with international charities said he and other experts are particularly worried about the spread in camps for refugees in the conflict-ridden east of the country. Worst case I've seen is that of a 6-week-old baby who was just 2 weeks old when he contracted Mpox. Adding the baby has been in their care for a month now. Got infected because hospital overcrowding meant he and his mother were forced to share a room with someone else who had the virus, which was undiagnosed at the time. Save the Children said the Congo's health system already has been collapsing under the strain of malnutrition, measles, cholera. World Health Organization said officials were facing several outbreaks of Mpox in various countries with different modes of transmission and different levels of risk, as they put it. Earlier this year, scientists reported the emergence of a new form, a deadlier form of Mpox, which can kill up to 10% of people, in a Congolese mining town that they feared might spread more easily. Either way, monkeypox mostly spreads via close contact with infected individuals, including through sexual contact. 28 past the hour. It is 844-844-3388. What else can we pile on? All right, coming up, we'll get back with other industry headlines. It's been a while since we've had a discussion about per diem in the trucking industry, which things changed back in 2017, where many truckers, company drivers, were no longer able to claim the per diem. Is it possible that could be turned around? Yeah, we'll give you the very latest coming up after this, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News, I'm Rebecca Bunsen in Mumbai. The World Health Organization has declared the outbreak of Mpox in Africa a global emergency. Independent experts appointed by the organization now say they are concerned the viral disease could spread to the rest of the world. The Democratic Republic of the Congo accounts for the highest number of the reported cases. Jody Jacobs reports.
This is the highest emergency level under international health law. A public health emergency of international concern, a status given by the WHO to extraordinary events that pose a public health risk to other countries. The World Health Organization says the speed of its spread in the past few weeks is alarming. Specialists from the world body convened an urgent meeting of its emergency committee to evaluate the situation. Since the beginning of the year, more than 15,000 cases of Mpox and 500 deaths have been reported. Mpox is a viral disease that can spread easily among people, causing flu-like symptoms and lesions. Most cases are mild, but it can kill. Jody Jacobs, New York.
A mob has vandalized the hospital in the Indian city of Calcutta, where a young medic was allegedly raped and murdered last week. In the early hours of Thursday local time, a mob reportedly broke through the barricades at the government hospital and vandalised property and damaged police vehicles. This comes as India marks its 78th Independence Day. Ishan Garg reports from New Delhi.
The protesters who had gathered there, they said that they were peacefully protesting, and there was a mob that came in from outside the medical college campus, and they rushed inside the building and they started vandalizing the property. The protesting doctors who were present at the site, they are saying that they have no idea who these outside people were. We saw pictures of police barricades being overturned. We saw pictures of parts of the hospital completely destroyed, tables and chairs broken, which led to the police resorting to beating people up with batons and also firing tear gas at them.
South Korea's president says he's open to establishing a working group with North Korea in a bid to ease tensions. The comments come as Seoul marks National Liberation Day and the country's independence from Japan. East Asia correspondent William Denslow reports.
Yoon Suk-yeol says he's open to political and economic cooperation if North Korea takes just one step towards denuclearization. In his National Liberation Day address, the South Korean president proposed an inter-Korean working group, saying that dialogue and cooperation could lead to substantive progress between the two nations. The comments come just days before roughly 19,000 South Korean troops will participate in annual military exercises with US forces. Officials say the drills reflect a realistic threat posed by North Korea. Pyongyang regards these exercises as a hostile act and an invasion rehearsal. William Denslow, Hong Kong.
From Bureaus Worldwide, this is FSN.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Get back to the calls just ahead at 844-844-3388. Yeah, they shared this past day. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association frequently, they say, receives questions about per diem deduction. What is it? What's the rate? Who gets to claim it? Most know, but per diem's the daily allowance truckers receive to cover expenses like meals when you're away from home. Some of it can be a bit confusing. The IRS increased the per diem rate in 2021 for self-employed truckers or owner-operators to $69 per day. Previously, it was at $66. Per diem for travel in Canada increased from $71 to $74. Rates have remained unchanged since the IRS announced the 2023-24 per diem rates in September of last year. Barry Fowler writes the Trucking and Taxes column for Landline magazine. Yeah, he's covered the issue of per diem on several occasions. Now, self-employed truckers who are subject to the Department of Transportation hours of service regulations who travel away from home overnight, where sleep or rest is required, can claim the per diem credit. He notes as of January 1, 2018, employee drivers can no longer claim per diem on their Form 1040 on the income tax return as an itemized deduction on Schedule A. To deduct your travel expenses, you as the taxpayer must be away from your home residence or tax home longer than what would constitute your ordinary work day. You must be away from your home long enough that you cannot complete the trip without sufficient sleep or rest. Now he tries to explain. It's not necessary that you be away from home for more than 24 hours in order to meet the overnight rule. An example would be if you're traveling on business and rented a room to sleep or rest during a layover. An example of not meeting the rule would be if you're traveling several hundred miles and needed to stop to rest for an hour. Now, when it comes to the company drivers, yes, the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act of 2017, under Donald Trump, which Sundance wants to make sure we point out, negatively impacted company drivers. That is a true statement. It eliminated employee drivers' ability to use the per diem deduction. Now, there is a bill in the House and the Senate that would restore the per diem deduction for employee truck drivers. The Tax Fairness for Workers Act was introduced by Representative Brendan Boyle and Senator Robert Casey. That particular bill has 189 co-sponsors in the House and 40 in the Senate. That's a pretty good number of co-sponsors, but I think it's been sitting there for quite some time. Now, OOIDA supports reinstating the per diem deduction for company drivers, stating the elimination of the per diem for company drivers has unfortunately increased the tax exposure for many hardworking Americans who make their living behind the wheel of a truck. Now, that was a quote from Todd Spencer in support of a previous version of this bill all the way back in 2019. So here we are, 2019 to 2024. The original, of course, expired, but it's been brought up again. Yeah, it might be something you want to drop a dime, call your representative and say, hey, I sure could benefit from having the per diem added back to the employee driver. All right, moving on at 844-844-3388. Senor Heatwave, I guess getting the day started. Is that correct?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, just getting it started. Kind of like that song, let's get this party started. Woohoo! Anyways, well, what did I miss? I was asleep all day. Well, we know Joe Biden's not going to do a damn thing. We already know that he is an embarrassment. You know, we don't need to belabor on that. I mean, I don't know who is running the country. It sure as hell ain't him. It's got to be Obama, because that twit they got for a vice president that's running for president who hasn't received any votes for,
primary votes. I get you.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. And let's point that out to Sundance. Sundance, you want to point stuff out that's negative from a Republican. Don't matter if it's a dog catcher, mayor, governor, senator, representative, or president. Have you ever thought about pointing stuff out against the jackasses of your party? And hey, it's not a bad thing to call them jackasses, because that's what their party animal is, a jackass. And we've gone over this a couple of times already, and you've done explained how the parties got their animals. But I mean, really, that's find something that your party has done negative, and let us talk about that. Don't throw rocks around glass houses, because the house you may destroy might be your own, bud. So, anyways, I'm over here in Oklahoma City, getting ready to go down to Arlington. That's not too much of a trip, but freight has really, really been slow. This thing with Prime, whatever their thing was, Prime Company International or whatever, they're in Canada going out of business here for sure by next month. That's a lot of trucks not out on the road in both Canada and here.
Yes.
And it's a lot of drivers. I mean, good night. I think it was a pretty smart move by the original founders of the company to try to buy it back for $56 million. They're probably laughing all the way to the bank, knowing they've got money to pull it out. But $637 million in debt.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, that is a lot. So they can blame COVID. But I mean, if they were part of the reason why the freight rates were getting struck down lower and lower, well, they were only, they were just cutting their nose off to spite their face, trying to get the business. But I guess what, they ran out of nose, and now they're walking around noseless. So, anyways, isn't it amazing how when Trump comes up with an idea to help people out, Democrats start screaming and hollering and raising all sorts of cane, but just as soon as Kamala, Camel Toe, whatever you want to call her, whenever she steals, plagiarizes the same ideas, and you know where she got that from? The plagiarizing. She got it from Uncle Joe. So she is a good student, I guess, in that aspect. Of course, she hasn't done a damn thing either, so I guess that's, pretty soon the student will be the teacher's master. But anyways, I lost my train of thought there. But anytime she says something and makes it her own, then her party is just fawning over themselves, going, "Oh, that's a great idea. Yes, we need to save the working class." It's the same idea, the same concept you just dismissed from Trump, saying it was going to add a tax burden. And when you say
when Trump introduced
taxes,
it, they did highlight how much it would cost the government. How many? It was several $100 billion or something of potential tax revenue that would be taken away. But it was a very popular idea because there's a lot of people that work for tips. So realizing that it was such a popular idea, I guess Kamala or her team is saying, yeah, we need to jump on that idea. Let's take that.
But Steve, here's the bigger deal. They're spending a hell of a lot more money, or printing up a hell of a lot more money, giving it away to others. If you scream and shout you have to raise taxes after you spent all the money and then some, it's not a taxation issue. It is a spending issue. And it don't take a college-educated person to figure this out. I've got some college credits to my name, but I mean, I don't have anything to apply it to. But I mean, even I, as just a layman out here, can see. I mean, I cannot, you cannot, no one else can run your household into a deficit and expect to get away with it. No, you have to budget. And the damn government's going to have to say, you know what, we're done, and start budgeting and stick to it. I mean, hell, we got more months ahead of us for hurricane season. ends December 1 officially. I mean, these storms that hit the land, they ain't cheap. It used to be cheap, but it ain't no more with all the progress, and I put that in italics, that we have, communications, power, gas, electric, the whole thing. It costs money. Where are we going to get that money from? Well, I guess we're just going to have to print more out there.
Well, print more, and of course that lowers the value of what we have, and well, then you gotta raise taxes. It's a vicious cycle. But it's not something new. How many decades have we been talking deficit spending? It's been pretty much my entire life. And neither side, R or D, seems to matter not, can ever seem to come up with a balanced budget. It is 844-844-3388. He mentioned the cost of weather-related events that have impacted the country. There was a report this past day in regards to just that, how it's impacting our supply chain issues and the trucking industry. Give you more on that coming up. First, a quick time out. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Taxes for Truckers provides full-service accounting solutions for owner-operators. Taxes for Truckers is the driver's financial co-pilot. We help independent truckers keep their taxes, filings, and bookkeeping running smoothly so they can focus on the road ahead. Drivers who want their business to run as smooth as their truck choose to partner with Taxes for Truckers for their accounting and tax filing needs. Stop overpaying taxes. Call 888-TAX-4TRK to start paying less tax today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injector systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injector systems while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
Yeah, a little bit of everything weather-wise, from extreme winter weather events A very active tornado season. We're now in the midst of a very, expected to be very active hurricane season. The impact of Debbie, billions and billions of dollars in damages just a week and a half ago. 2024 has already proved very challenging to global supply chains. Extreme weather events wreaking havoc on transportation, production, agriculture. The repercussions being felt across industries, delays, shortages, escalating costs. As we navigate the rest of the year, the specter of continued weather disruptions looms large. Geopolitical events continue to impact global supply chains. Some of those impacts can be remediated by human intervention. One thing we cannot control, though, is Mother Nature. The weather has already made a huge impact on the supply chain. Heat waves across Europe and North America, disrupting manufacturing and agriculture. Factories have been forced to shut down or reduce output to protect workers. Crop yields plummeting in some cases. The economic impact of the European heat wave alone is estimated to exceed $10 billion. We saw devastating floods in China and India, crippling transportation infrastructure, inundating factories and warehouses. The series of hurricanes in the Atlantic has further disrupted shipping lanes, as well as impacting port operations. Total cost of these events when it comes to the supply chain still being assessed, but early estimates suggest it could reach tens of billions of dollars. Then wildfires in California and Australia have not only caused direct damage to infrastructure, but widespread air pollution, respiratory problems. Economic cost of wildfires in California alone is projected to reach $50 billion. As we enter the latter half of 24, the anticipated El Nino event threatens to exacerbate weather-related disruptions. The climate pattern expected to bring intensified weather patterns. El Nino-induced droughts could impact agricultural production in regions like Australia and South America. Shortages and price volatility for commodities like wheat, coffee, sugar. Heavy rain and flooding could disrupt transportation networks. Delays and increased shipping costs. This could impact the movement of goods across various industries, from manufacturing to retail. All right. Investing in technology, offering such as visibility and risk management solutions that used advanced technologies like artificial intelligence, machine learning, and predictive analytics might be one way to help companies anticipate disruptions, optimize operations, make data-driven decisions in real time, as they say. Now, somewhere in the mix, I know we've got the possibility of a port strike in the offing. What kind of impact might that have? A potential strike at U.S. seaports on the East and Gulf coasts could back up cargo for weeks or even months. According to shipping experts this past day, retailers like Walmart and other importers have been rushing goods in ahead of the September 30th expiration of the union contract covering some 45,000 dock workers at 36 seaports from Texas to Maine. They're trying to get the cargo in the U.S. before October 1. That's when the International Longshoremen's Association, representing those workers, has vowed to strike if a new contract is not in place. Analysts at Sea Intelligence, a shipping advisory firm, estimating it could take anywhere from 4 to 6 days to clear the backlog from a one-day strike. That means a 1-week strike in the beginning of October would not be cleared until mid-November. A 2-week strike could mean that ports would not return to normal operations until 2025. These findings echo the advisory from A.P. Moller Maersk, one of the largest providers of ocean transportation. Maersk said a 1-week shutdown could require up to 6 weeks of recovery time, with significant backlogs and delays compounding with each passing day. So this early shipping strategy comes with a hefty cost to shippers. The off-contract spot market price to send a 40-foot container to the U.S. East Coast from the Far East topped $10,000 in early July, up from what was around $2,100 just in April. The risk of port strikes was something that had to be dealt with by taking early action. Now, that window is closing as the deadline for a new deal nears. That's because shipping diversions with the attacks from the Yemen Houthis in the Red Sea means it could take 45 days or longer to transport goods to the East Coast ports from those factories in Asia. Shipping cargoes next week, they're saying, is really too late, as it may be just sitting on the water if indeed the ports are hit by widespread strikes. Well, back after this.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference, and why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers' Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News, I'm Rebecca Bunsen in Mumbai. The World Health Organization has declared the outbreak of Mpox in Africa a global emergency. Independent experts appointed by the organization now say they are concerned the viral disease could spread to the rest of the world. The Democratic Republic of the Congo accounts for the highest number of the reported cases. Jodie Jacobs reports.
This is the highest emergency level under international health law, a public health emergency of international concern, a status given by the WHO to extraordinary events that pose a public health risk to other countries. The World Health Organization says the speed of its spread in the past few weeks is alarming. Specialists from the World Body convened an urgent meeting of its emergency committee to evaluate the situation. Since the beginning of the year, more than 15,000 cases of Mpox and 500 deaths have been reported. Mpox is a viral disease that can spread easily among people, causing flu-like symptoms and lesions. Most cases are mild, but it can kill. Jody Jacobs, New York.
A mob has vandalised the hospital in the Indian city of Calcutta, where a young medic was allegedly raped and murdered last week. In the early hours of Thursday local time, a mob reportedly broke through the barricades at the government hospital and vandalised property and damaged police vehicles. This comes as India marks its 78th Independence Day. Ishan Garg reports from New Delhi.
The protesters who had gathered there, they said that they were peacefully protesting, and there was a mob that came in from outside the medical college campus, and they rushed inside the building and they started vandalizing the property. The protesting doctors who were present at the site, they are saying that they have no idea who these outside people were. We saw pictures of police barricades being overturned. We saw pictures of parts of the hospital completely destroyed, tables and chairs broken, which led to the police resorting to beating people up with batons and also firing tear gas at them.
South Korea's president says he's open to establishing a working group with North Korea in a bid to ease tensions. The comments come as Seoul marks National Liberation Day and the country's independence from Japan. East Asia correspondent William Denslow reports.
Yoon Suk-yeol says he's open to political and economic cooperation if North Korea takes just one step towards denuclearization. In his National Liberation Day address, the South Korean president proposed an inter-Korean working group, saying that dialogue and cooperation could lead to substantive progress between the two nations. The comments come just days before roughly 19,000 South Korean troops will participate in annual military exercises with US forces. Officials say the drills reflect a realistic threat posed by North Korea. Pyongyang regards these exercises as a hostile act and an invasion rehearsal. William Denslow, Hong Kong.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks, looking today at the temperature records being set in Europe this year and the impact of them on a traditional English summer. The Wildlife Trusts, one of the UK's largest landowners, has published new research showing that drought is now the gravest threat facing the country's nature reserves. Catherine Brown is the group's Director of Climate Change and Evidence.
What we've seen over the last 3 years is records being broken across a whole range of different weather variables in the UK, and particularly last year in 2023, we had the driest period running up to the end of August since 1976. And what we see during drought periods is it's much harder for wildlife to find food. So a lot of people have been reporting this year that they're concerned they haven't seen as many butterflies, for example. We know that caterpillars last year were struggling to find food because plants are literally drying up. We know that wetlands and peatlands are some of our most precious habitats in the UK that also store vast quantities of carbon, dry up. And we see the effects of pollution being concentrated in our rivers as well. And drought conditions don't make that any better.
And the Trust's report says drought will be a leading threat to nature reserves for the next 3 decades. But it also now projects that if temperatures rise by 2 degrees Celsius by the year 2100, almost half of its 2,600 reserves will be in areas of extreme wildfire risk. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
The main news again. The World Health Organization has declared the outbreak of Mpox in Africa a global emergency. A mob has vandalized the hospital in the Indian city of Calcutta, where a young medic was allegedly raped and murdered last week. South Korea's president says he's open to establishing a working group with North Korea in a bid to ease tensions. And that is the latest feature story news. Rebecca Bundon reporting.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF DPF regions. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regions.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, welcome back. Welcome aboard for those just joining us this hour. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. I did see Kyle had posted wheels up as he boarded the plane from Columbus, Ohio to Billings, Montana. That's where we're going to have some Hot Shot Secret action on the track this weekend. All right, we'll break it down for you coming up. A little West Coast swing, right? First, we'll get back to the calls. See what's going on with Philip as we head off to work this Thursday morning. Morning, Philip.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Hey, buddy. How you doing?
Another day.
Hey, that's pretty interesting. Another day. Hey, that was pretty interesting. You talking about there's going to be a strike on the East Coast of the United States now with the shipping. Didn't we have one not too long ago, Steve, for the West Coast over there and Canada?
Which led to big time backups and then a lot of shipping that ended up diverting to the East Coast ports. I wonder if they're going to be having to take the reverse route and divert some of it to the West Coast if that happens.
There might be. We've all seen what happened when one ship hits a bridge up in Baltimore, as far as one port goes on the East Coast, and you've seen how much freight that backed up and what happened with it, Steve. I mean, it's pandemonium in a lot of areas, you know. I wanted to touch on you real quick, Steve, because I know you're big into the Starliner story. Did you hear about the telephone call that they had yesterday with the press with the Q&A?
I knew they were doing some sort of an update like 1 o'clock in the afternoon yesterday, and I think some of the headlines are all actually now reading astronauts stuck in space. Actually, they're using the term stuck in space.
Well, not so much stuck in space. They're going to be up there until they can figure out a way to get them back. Right. But I heard the phone call yesterday, and the phone call said they were talking more about the flight readiness and what their contingencies are and whatnot, and when they were going to make the decision. Now, there was a question that was put up onto them about when is the time frame that you have to make the final decision, and they nonchalantly didn't want to give a time, obviously, but they were kind of hinting around the end of this month that they have to make a decision by the end of this month what they're going to do with them. And they have the contingency plan, and a question was asked as well, what happens in a case of emergency on the ISS if they have to use this in an emergency situation? Do you guys have full confidence that it can come back? And they said, yes, in an emergency situation, we think that we have enough confidence that we feel that the Starliner could come back.
I ain't buying that.
I myself don't think so.
No, I mean, that's obviously why they're not. They're not convinced of a safe return on it.
Absolutely. And what they were saying yesterday was their main concern right now is propulsion on the vehicle. Out of all the stuff that's messed up, their main concern is the propulsion on the vehicle, which is the propulsion that uses to steer the vehicle when it's coming in for landing. Okay, and that the landing to come through the Earth's atmosphere, you got to hit it at a certain angle. We all have been talking about that on and on and on. But that's what they were saying yesterday. But the thing that kind of interested me about the phone call, Steve, is they were talking a little bit about their readiness program, which is basically flight readiness program, which everybody knows what flight readiness is to get the flight up. But there's also a readiness program that's put in place when a flight is already up there like this and something happens like of this nature, and how they make the decisions to do it. Like yesterday, I didn't know they had a technical advisory board that's made up of 3 entities. There's the safety and assurance person, there's the engineering side of it, and then there's also the health and management of the astronauts on the side of it that make the decisions for whether it comes back or not. I mean, it was an interesting call if you want to know the back office stuff, what happens at NASA as far as the back office and how decisions are made.
Mm-hmm.
It was a very interesting call. It's on YouTube. If anybody wants to hear it, it's actually on YouTube. There's a lot of different channels that have carried it yesterday. Also, Steve, I got something I want to touch on. You might have talked about this story. I don't know. You might know about this story. Do you know about the lawsuit between Texas and General Motors?
I do not.
Okay. There is a lawsuit. This story came out yesterday on Good Morning America. I saw it yesterday morning. I did a little bit more research on it after that. The state of Texas is suing General Motors because they took people's information, data from their vehicles, and sold it to a third-party broker, and that third-party broker sold that data to insurance companies, which Intel tracked those people using their data and how they drive their vehicle and raise their insurance. That's a pretty big story. It didn't hit GM stock yesterday, but I got a feeling eventually when it comes out totally, I think it's going to hit GM stock. What do you think, Steve?
I mean, there have been, we've shared a number of reports about, some of these vehicles being able to share information with, I've got the Subaru, and it's got the onboard, the system that tracks and knows where I'm at and everything, knows what speed I'm doing, if I have a hard braking event. It's almost like like the Transit. But, are they sharing that information with my insurance company? That's the question many have.
Okay, so from what I understand is, if anybody owns a 2015 or newer GM product, 2015 is when it started, when this technology came into play and people were buying it. Now, from what I'm understanding, I'm not sure if it is OnStar or if it's an OnStar type product. I'm not sure if that product was involved with this, but they were tracking people, the way people were driving in this data. And they were collecting it, and they were selling it to a third-party broker who Intel was selling it to the insurance company, and the insurance company was putting 2 to 2 together, and they were tracking people, and then they raised their insurance. And I'm like, wow, that's kind of out there. It's pretty bad. It's a pretty big lawsuit, I would think. If you got the state of Texas involved with it, that's pretty big, and that's nothing small. And I was really shocked with it. And if anybody lives in Puerto Rico right now and you got lights, you're fortunate. Did you hear about the number of people that have the lights out in Puerto Rico, Steve?
I haven't heard the number, but I kind of wondered about that. How many years ago was it that hurricane just decimated the entire grid, and some people were out for almost a damn year, weren't they?
Yes, we had Hurricane Maria that went through there, and it actually came up through here, close to here. And that hurricane devastated the island, put the whole island out infrastructure-wise as far as electrical goes. But the numbers that I heard yesterday was 700,000 people are without power in Puerto Rico right now, which is more than half of what the island's population is. And I seen some pictures, and it looked pretty bad. They had a lot of flooding. They are having issues with water. They're trying to figure out how they're going to get a lot of water in there for those folks. The infrastructure in Puerto Rico is pretty rough. It's pretty bad. And it tore it up really good. I mean, it tore it up bad. I mean, and that's something that we need to address in America. I mean, Steve, think about all the amount of power lines that are around the U.S. alone.
Mm-hmm.
You know, if we could have went underground on those years ago, which this is something I could never figure out. You know, we have all this technology for cars and trucks and all this stuff, but we never put a lot of technology into like transporting electricity from one point to another. As far as, well, we're going to put it on a big cable and we're going to send it across, you know, this big cable. Well, everything is above ground, and they never thought about the underground situation. Could we put this underground, like, say, for instance, we do with gas, we do with oil, we do it with natural gas. There's a lot of infrastructure issues that we have in the world today that need to be addressed. And if people need to consume this and have this for their day-to-day operation, we need to look at it, you know? And it's something that's an ongoing battle with storms and all kinds of stuff. You know, look at Texas with the extreme cold they had a few years ago that knocked their power system out.
Yep.
Now, what do you think would have happened if that would have been underground services? If you had an underground service, what would have happened with that? I mean, you would have had to wait for the ground to freeze, obviously, but, you know, we've had issues with those windmills. Now, that's a different story because that's generation of power, and we need to address it. That's another thing. We need to figure out a way of generating power, but it's the lows you go through, you know. But I would not want to be in Hamilton, Bermuda on Friday or Saturday because that storm's rolling through there next, and it could possibly be a 3, which is about 125 mile an hour wind. Right now they're saying it's going to be a 2, but it's going to be a 3 before it gets to Hamilton. So we're just going to have to play it out and see how it goes there. And the folks in St. George and Hamilton, I feel for them, man, but they are if anybody's fortified enough for it, I've said it on here before and I'll repeatedly say it because I've seen their infrastructure there. It's a small island. Hamilton is nowhere to the size, or Bermuda is nowhere the size of Puerto Rico by no means. But them folks are prepared for the storms. So, and also, Steve, it's going to go up to Newfoundland, and it's going to go up to Nova Scotia.
Nova Scotia, yes. Yep. I don't know how strong it'll be by the time it gets there, but I mean they're used to getting powerful nor'easters up in that region, but it should be weakened quite a bit by the time it gets there, right?
Well, the train of thought is the further north the storm goes like that, the less the colder the water, the pressure goes away, and then it dissipates. All right, that's the train of thought. Like, take for instance, this storm will go up to Nova Scotia, Newfoundland, then it will go over towards Ireland and England. Now, what's it going to be like when it gets to Ireland? You know what I mean? But it's a lot colder up there. I was talking to a lady yesterday, Steve, who was from the north of France, and we were talking about temperature in Florida and France. And she said when she left France last week, it was 50 degrees around there.
Mm-hmm.
It was in the 50s. She said she came here, you know, and it's sitting, yesterday we were sitting at, I think when I talked to her, we were at about 91 in the afternoon. And she said, you know, it's a heck of a jump in temperature, but it just goes to show you where you're located in the world makes a lot of difference in what's going on. I mean, like, we're closer to the equator down here, so we're naturally warmer, you know, and it's something that we have, you know, when you make a decision on where you live, you need to understand the weather, and the weather plays a big part in it. So that's all I got today, bud. Hopefully that's helpful, and y'all have a good day, and thanks for having me.
All right, safe travels as you head into work. The reports coming in, Ernesto, unloaded flooding rain on Puerto Rico, knocking out power to hundreds of thousands. Hitting Puerto Rico as a Category 1, sustained winds of 85 miles per hour. At this point, according to the National Hurricane Center, that was like the 2 a.m. update. They are anticipating continued strengthening over the next couple of days. Of course, a Category 3 is considered a major hurricane. The storm center was more than 300 miles northwest of San Juan by Wednesday afternoon, but knocking out power to literally half the island. Over the next few days, Ernesto is going to make that turn to the north and northeast, placing the core near Bermuda by Saturday morning or early afternoon. But in Puerto Rico, about half of all customers on the island were at one point without power this past day. Luma Energy, the private company that operates the transmission and distribution, the number was down to 540,000 still in the dark by Wednesday night.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Yeah, so many things we try to cover here on any given morning. I was not aware of the lawsuit because that was filed, I guess, Tuesday. Kind of hit the headlines yesterday in regards to General Motors. Texas Attorney General filed in a lawsuit this week. Yeah, thanks for the heads up there, Philip. GM is collecting data on its car owners' driving habits, selling that information to insurers without your consent or knowledge, according to the Attorney General's suit. Texas alleging GM has engaged in false, deceptive, and misleading business practices that have impacted 1.8 million Texans who own vehicles manufactured by the automaker. This amid increased scrutiny of new car systems that can track our speeds, locations, even how hard a driver brakes. See, we've shared several of these stories. Mozilla last year proclaimed that new cars are a privacy nightmare. The Texas lawsuit claims car buyers were told their driving data would help GM improve the safety and functionality of their vehicles, but were not informed that that same data would also be sold to insurers. Millions of American drivers wanted to buy a car, not a comprehensive surveillance system that unlawfully records information about every drive they take and sells their data to a company, anybody willing to pay for it, according to Paxton. Now, this at a time when consumers have been slammed with sharply higher insurance costs. Car coverage jumping 19% in July compared with a year ago. One reason is due to riskier driver behavior, according to CBS News. Back in June, Paxton had opened an investigation into several car makers over the claims they're improperly collecting data about the drivers and then selling that information to other companies. We've been in discussions with the Attorney General's office, and we are reviewing the claim. We share the desire to protect consumers' privacy, according to a GM spokesperson. Either way, the data collected by GM, they say, was allegedly sold to companies including LexisNexis Risk Solutions and Verisk Analytics. That data allows companies to create essentially a driving score for individuals with information on driving habits deemed bad, like late night trips, sharp turns, hard braking, that are all factored into the analysis. It's called telematics data that can be used by the insurers to set your coverage rates, according to NerdWallet. Ideally, customers should be aware that their data is being tracked and analyzed by insurance companies, with the promise that good driving habits would actually be rewarded with lower rates. A New York Times investigation revealed that some drivers are not aware their data is being tracked and used in such ways. One driver telling the publication he felt betrayed when he learned LexisNexis had compiled 130 pages about his driving habits. He only learned of that after his car insurance had jumped more than 20%. All right, in the lawsuit filed by Texas, they allege that General Motors profited handsomely by selling driver data to insurance companies while neglecting to inform the owners that their information could be sold to other businesses. Now, it says at no point did General Motors inform customers that its practice was to sell any of their data, much less their driving data. Nor did General Motors disclose that it had contracts in place to make their customers' driving scores available to other companies. All right, real quick before we hit the news break, when we talked about a similar scenario here, a month or so ago, it's kind of like when we got the new vehicle, the Subaru, and we purchased the extra package. It's like I can't remember the title of it, but yeah, you can pull all your information up on an app. But supposedly, when you install, there's this fine print page where you click on, you agree to the terms of the contract, and all that information supposedly would be in the terms of the contract that most people, does anybody actually read it? All right, we'll be right back.
From Feature Story News, I'm Rebecca Bunsen in Mumbai. The World Health Organization has declared the outbreak of Mpox in Africa a global emergency. Independent experts appointed by the organization now say they are concerned the viral disease could spread to the rest of the world. The Democratic Republic of the Congo accounts for the highest number of the reported cases. Jody Jacobs reports.
This is the highest emergency level under international health law. A public health emergency of international concern, a status given by the WHO to extraordinary events that pose a public health risk to other countries. The World Health Organization says the speed of its spread in the past few weeks is alarming. Specialists from the world body convened an urgent meeting of its emergency committee to evaluate the situation. Since the beginning of the year, more than 15,000 cases of Mpox and 500 deaths have been reported. Mpox is a viral disease that can spread easily among people, causing flu-like symptoms and lesions. Most cases are mild, but it can kill. Jody Jacobs, New York.
A mob has vandalised the hospital in the Indian city of Calcutta, where a young medic was allegedly raped and murdered last week. In the early hours of Thursday local time, a mob reportedly broke through the barricades at the government hospital and vandalised property and damaged police vehicles. This comes as India marks its 78th Independence Day. Ishan Garg reports from New Delhi.
The protesters who had gathered there, they said that they were peacefully protesting, and there was a mob that came in from outside the medical college campus, and they rushed inside the building and they started vandalizing the property. The protesting doctors who were present at the site, they are saying that they have no idea who these outside people were. We saw pictures of police barricades being overturned. We saw pictures of parts of the hospital completely destroyed, tables and chairs broken, which led to the police resorting to beating people up with batons and also firing tear gas at them.
South Korea's president says he's open to establishing a working group with North Korea in a bid to ease tensions. The comments come as Seoul marks National Liberation Day and the country's independence from Japan. East Asia correspondent William Denslow reports.
Yoon Suk-yeol says he's open to political and economic cooperation if North Korea takes just one step towards denuclearization. In his National Liberation Day address, the South Korean president proposed an inter-Korean working group, saying that dialogue and cooperation could lead to substantive progress between the two nations. The comments come just days before roughly 19,000 South Korean troops will participate in annual military exercises with US forces. Officials say the drills reflect a realistic threat posed by North Korea. Pyongyang regards these exercises as a hostile act and an invasion rehearsal. William Denslow, Hong Kong.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383.
All right, looking at the NASA update. All right, so they had this, it's like a conference call. The update on the two American astronauts stuck on the International Space Station. All right, NASA officials have said the duo could be there for 8 months if they cannot return on the Starliner. The Starliner is still, as Philip mentioned, the contingency vehicle if there is something that forces an emergency need to return to Earth. But they could return on SpaceX's Dragon. But NASA said that could pose other risks. All right. One of those that was on the call was the BBC News space and science correspondent. Pallab Ghosh, who said, in the meantime, the tests and analysis of the propulsion system will continue before NASA and Boeing actually make the call. A return on the arch rivals spacecraft and the astronauts wearing SpaceX suits would be very embarrassing for Boeing. But it would not necessarily be the end of the line for Starliner, especially if ultimately it makes it back to Earth safely in an uncrewed landing. NASA's repeatedly said that they're committed to developing 2 independent means to take crew and cargo into space. And it's likely they'll give Boeing every chance to do that. Now, he went on to say, time and time again, NASA officials during this call were asked what they might learn that would reassure them that they would have a safe return despite the problems with the thruster system. And every time, they did not have an answer to that question. Dr. Simeon Barber, a space scientist at the Open University, believes there will not be a new piece of information that would reassure those at the space agency who have concerns. Essentially, he said, decision makers are unconvinced of a safe return on the Starliner. That's what he said. It seems that there are decision makers unconvinced, which is why they've brought in experts to look through the data, try to diagnose the fault in a small component in a complex propulsion system that's actually in space. It's hard to see how that's even possible. So it feels to me that we're headed inexorably towards a return on a SpaceX Dragon spacecraft. That is not the view shared by Boeing, though, as they have repeatedly said they have full confidence in Starliner to bring Butch and Sonny home safely. So the debate continues. Good morning, Vic.
Hey, good morning, Steve. The reason I called up, real quick, you're talking about all that truck weight limit stuff. There's some stuff already get on the Department of Transportation website. They have a couple of acts, I forgot what they call them, that they've already been studying that. And the one college that's been studied most is UC Davis for the state of California. And what I was really looking for was they gave contractors a pass on their performance development, highways, construction for interstates. That's been back in the 90s. They could purchase some type of insurance, but I couldn't find it. But anyway, somebody wants heavier truck limits, and it's already buried in some of the different acts. It wasn't the MOVE Act. Shoot, I was trying to think the other one. Anyway, I started sending you an email, but it was so, or forward that to you, but it was so long and everything else. I thought, well, probably you'll look. Freightwaves had a little bit of an article on it. But anyway, real quick, I'll just mention that real quick. But the reason I called up was we're listening to all these problems that we're having, and it looks to me like it all boils down to these globalists just certain that we have to have worldwide government, and they're going to get there one way or the other. And the United Nations is the main organizer of all this. Mm-hmm. And World Health Organization is a United Nations agency, I guess you would call it. And they said that on this monkeypox, that the refugee camps was one of the contamination points, but they don't want to do anything about all these migrants and refugee camps, but they do want to restrict ordinary citizens in various countries from going about their business. Now, that seems a little bit upside down and backwards to me, because in any disease, you want to get to the source. And the monkey population or whatever, there are different I don't know if I want to say breeds, or there are different families in the simian population. I mean, we know the difference between monkeys and gorillas and all that, but also within the various populations in the simian race there, that they also have different weaknesses, or whatever you want to say. So the big thing to me is they know that this monkeypox is coming from the Congo. We know there's a lot of war going on in the Congo. So it looked to me like that the first thing they need to do is to try to find the source of where that's coming from, because I believe that they could pretty well identify the source of that, and monkeypox isn't, it's been around for a long time. And it just, number one, to prevent the spread of it, maybe they ought to take a long, hard look at all these open borders. I mean, it's not only the United States that has an open border problem. It's all over the world. You have all these refugee camps and people wanting to move here and there, and very little restrictions on them. So my point was that here we go again. The problem is there, and time-proven solutions are there, but they don't agree with what these globalists want to achieve. And that was, I don't know why these globalists aren't being held to account.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we're still dealing with this mRNA vaccine. You go changing the messenger RNA, you can get into an awful lot of problems. And as far as I know, I don't believe they've ever came up with what they really accept as a cure, treatment. I should say cure treatment for this COVID-19. Because once they develop a treatment program, then that emergency use authorization is out the window. So just the whole deal there with here we're coming up on another election, and the World Health Organization, which is an agency of the UN, wants to come up with some great thing to try to modify our elections one way or another. And that just it is kind of a little bit suspicious to me.
Mm-hmm.
And this would be the best way to put it. And the other thing too I wanted to mention real quick was that you were talking about Trump, and Trump is that people are working night and day to try to make sure that he doesn't have a good support system. And I know on that Heritage Foundation Project 2025, I think they fired the individual that was in charge of that. But they have so many resources. They did a Heritage Foundation. They pointed out how much these immigrants were costing us. So that would have been a very good resource for Trump. So, and then even they're kind of picking on J.D. Vance a little bit here. But I knew, about 2 or 3 weeks ago, came across an individual that had watched both the Hillbilly Elegy and all that. And she said, I can identify with that because my upbringing was kind of like that. And she also had some southeastern Kentucky background. So the reason I mention that is there is a large number of people that probably identify in that way. And then you have the whole Marines there. J.D. Vance probably has a very good support system if it's properly developed, which, and I don't know if he'll ever interview this Tim Walz character from Minnesota, but I would just say that Tim Walz is going to have a hard time holding up against it, because Tim Walz was an opportunist from best I can see, bouncing around until he got the position he wanted, and then when he got the position he wanted, it's like, oh, this might have consequences I don't like. So then he bugs out and says something about the Hatch Act. General Barry Goldwater, or Senator Barry Goldwater, was a 2-star general in the Air Force Reserves. And there was some thought that he might have even flew a couple of bombing missions during the Vietnam War. Nobody could ever substantiate it. I'm sure it was a milk run. And Jody Ernst out there in Iowa, she was in the National Guard. So come on, give me a break. He just didn't want to go to war. That's all there was to it. So the reason I mention that is if Trump can get back in and start bringing things back home to America, we will probably solve a world of problems. And real quick, it looks like our waterborne system, the Mississippi and the Panama, it does look like the third water levels are starting to rise. Many people are looking for a bumper crop here in America, whether or not they'll be able to export it to the rest of the world. That is to be seen. But I just wanted to mention that here we are back to another, I don't know what you want to call it, epidemic, pandemic, or whatever. And we have time-worn systems for that. And I don't know. I hate to say people they can get the wool pulled over their eyes so easily anymore. It's hard to believe how much information we have and how easily people are fooled anymore. So with that, I'll just let you go.
All right, very good. Vic, thanks for chiming in. Have a good morning. And then the oddity that Canada, the handbook, get ready. This is what we're going to do. Yeah, you may be forced to stay home. You might lose your job. And it's so much, I don't know, is that a little bit of deja vu, if you ask me? Let me see here. Next on the list, I found this rather intriguing as well. I've been talking with Philip there about the power grid, being able to get power from point A to point B. He was kind of focused on the underground thing. But here we are, electrifying cars, electrifying trucks, the continuous discussions of taxing the grid. The grid is not up to the task. But no, we're adding tons of wind turbines. We're adding solar panels all over the country. Doesn't necessarily mean more wind turbines does not necessarily translate to more power. How is that? Starting with the headlines, the facts from the report this past day. Number one, despite the installation of more and more wind turbines, wind production declined in July to a 33-month low. Wind production also declined in 2023 from the year before, despite 7 gigawatts of wind capacity being added to the grid that year. With windmill capacity increasing due to subsidies and state mandates, wind power production declining, consumers are paying more but getting less. Headline number 4, the result has been record-breaking natural gas production to make up for the loss in wind generation. Over the past few years, much of the investment in new power generation is going to obviously renewable sources, wind and solar, which are intermittent. They do not produce energy when the wind stops blowing or the sun does not shine, forcing utilities to use dispatchable natural gas, which is the major source of power they can turn to quickly to provide more energy to maintain reliability, with power demand expected to keep growing as firms build more artificial intelligence data centers and consumers use more electric for cars, heating homes and businesses. Reliability is becoming increasingly important, particularly following blackouts. The February freeze in 21, leaving millions in Texas without power, heat, and water for days. According to the Energy Information Administration, wind power in the lower 48 states produced about 335,753 megawatt hours on July 22, the lowest since October 4 of 2021. Wind facilities are expected to produce an average of 4% of power generation the week of July 20, down from 7% just the previous week, 12% for the first 3 months of 2024, and 10% in 2023. Very fluctuating numbers. Gas-fired power plants are producing an average of 48% of generation the week of July 20, up from 46% the previous week. Wind power usually declines during the summer months, but this July has a particularly bad month for wind. 6 of the 10 lowest days for wind power so far this year occurred in the month of July. In 2023, wind power fell to 425 billion kilowatt hours from a record high of 434 billion kilowatt hours in 2022. The first decline in wind power since 1998. The EIA projects wind power should increase to 447.5 billion kilowatt hours this year. Last year's wind additions were, as I mentioned, 7 gigawatts. The numbers show that despite heavy subsidies leading to more being built, the amount of electricity produced has actually shrunk. Now, they talk about turbines. Larger turbines have bigger problems. Both onshore and offshore turbines have had problems with broken blades. Most recently, a broken wind turbine blade closed beaches on Nantucket after sharp fiberglass and green foam washed up on shore. The federal government ordered the wind project to stop producing power until the cause of the break is determined, and natural gas is being used to meet demand from the lost turbine output. Manufacturing defects are more common with newer wind technologies because developers are commissioning bigger turbines that can produce more power and capture more government subsidies at a lower marginal cost. These larger turbines, they're more difficult to install, they're more difficult to manufacture, but have a higher capacity factor, which means they can produce more energy per unit than the smaller turbines. GE's Vernova's Haliade X turbines are nearly as tall as the Eiffel Tower. Wow. Now, they've not only struggled with defects in offshore turbines, but with onshore turbines as well, with some toppling over, requiring extensive repairs. Siemens Energy announced quality problems at its wind turbine unit would take years to fix, wiping over a third of its market value and dealing a blow to one of the world's biggest suppliers of wind turbines. Long story short, renewable energy is not a panacea. Solar and wind require far more land or ocean space than fossil fuel facilities, and their components are often trashed after 10 to 20 years, filling landfills that can accept the huge blades, or they're dumped elsewhere. The Biden-Harris administration has provided the tax subsidy a second time to wind turbines that have repowered, replacing their blades. Manufacturing solar panels and wind turbines also requires a lot of energy, largely from China, who dominates the renewable energy scene and generates over 50% of its electricity from coal. Oh, and wind turbines kill birds, including some endangered species. Noise from offshore turbines are accused of negatively affecting and even killing whales. Then, lastly, what about the blade disposal? A suggestion for wind blade disposal is to use them to construct a border wall, transporting blades intact to the border in close proximity to wind generation farms and locales like Texas and California would eliminate the cost associated with deconstruction and chemical separation of materials. Massive wind graveyards, for example, have popped up on the outskirts of Sweetwater, Texas. The pile of wind blades covers more than 30 acres in stacks rising as high as basketball backboards. Other used blades are being stored in 10 acres a couple miles south of town, and in other locations in the county, concrete pads compatible with current blade mounting provisions would need to be constructed so the blades can be mounted vertically in a manner that creates an impassable barrier to prevent illegal migrant crossings. Used to make a border wall? Okay. More windmills, less power generation. The grid is being taxed even greater, even with all this green energy push to generate more. But don't forget, at the same time, decommissioning nuclear facilities, decommissioning coal-fired facilities. It's a mess. All right, coming up on the midnight hour on the West Coast, and we'll get back to the calls. Eagles back on board. Pappy checks in here as we roll into a Thursday. And we'll tell you more about the State Fair of Texas. Little controversy here. The State Fair is laying down a new rule before millions of visitors flock through the gates for corn dogs, deep-fried delights, and a friendly wave from a 5-story tall cowboy named Big Tex. The new rule: no guns allowed. But that decision by fair organizers, which comes after a shooting last year on the 277-acre fairgrounds in the heart of Dallas, drawing outrage from some lawmakers who in recent years have proudly expanded gun rights in the state. Wednesday, the state's attorney general threatened a lawsuit unless the fair reverses course. More on that, as I said, coming up.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference, and why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride. One that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers' Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in London, I'm Nina Maria Potts with the latest world news. Medical professionals have intensified their protests in the East Indian city of Kolkata after clashes with the police on Thursday. Tens of thousands have taken to the streets across the nation in the past 1 week, demanding justice for the young medic who was brutally sexually assaulted and murdered on Friday. Ishan Garg has more from New Delhi.
Doctors and nurses in Kolkata are demanding an increased security presence at the RG Kar Medical College. The teaching hospital where the crime occurred last week has been at the centre of intense agitation for the past week. The situation worsened in the early hours of Thursday when a mob ransacked the hospital, vandalizing offices and overturning police barricades. Authorities fired tear gas shells to disperse the crowd. Hundreds of doctors had gathered at the hospital at midnight in solidarity with the victim. They say the vandals came from outside the hospital and were not part of the medical staff protesting. Prime Minister Narendra Modi says he shares people's anguish and has directed state and federal officials to conclude the investigation soon and bring the perpetrators to justice.
Former US President Donald Trump has vowed that the 2024 presidential election will bring about a new Trump economic boom or an epic depression if he loses. In an hour-long speech on the economy in North Carolina on Wednesday, Trump pledged to bring down the consumer prices of cars, housing, insurance, and prescription drugs. He then attacked the Biden administration for prompting a rise in consumer prices.
We will target everything from car affordability to housing affordability to insurance costs to supply chain issues. We have the worst supply chain we've ever had in the history of the country.
U.S. Vice President and presidential hopeful Kamala Harris's lead over Donald Trump continues to increase in U.S. national and swing state polls. The World Health Organization has declared the outbreak of Mpox in Africa a global emergency. Independent experts appointed by the WHO now say they're concerned the viral disease could spread to the rest of the world. The Democratic Republic of the Congo accounts for the highest number of the reported cases, with outbreaks also appearing in neighbouring Burundi, Rwanda, Uganda and Kenya. Jody Jacobs reports.
This is the highest emergency level under international health law. A public health emergency of international concern, a status given by the WHO to extraordinary events that pose a public health risk to other countries. The World Health Organization says the speed of its spread in the past few weeks is alarming. Specialists from the World Body convened an urgent meeting of its emergency committee to evaluate the situation. Since the beginning of the year, more than 15,000 cases of Mpox and 500 deaths have been reported. Mpox is a viral disease that can spread easily among people, causing flu-like symptoms and lesions. Most cases are mild, but it can kill.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks, looking today at the temperature records being set in Europe this year and the impact of them on a traditional English summer. The Wildlife Trusts, one of the UK's largest landowners, has published new research showing that drought is now the gravest threat facing the country's nature reserves. Catherine Brown is the group's Director of Climate Change and Evidence.
What we've seen over the last 3 years is records being broken across a whole range of different weather variables in the UK, and particularly last year in 2023, we had the driest period running up to the end of August since 1976. And what we see during drought periods is it's much harder for wildlife to find food. So a lot of people have been reporting this year that they're concerned they haven't seen as many butterflies, for example. We know that caterpillars last year were struggling to find food because plants are literally drying up. We know that wetlands and peatlands are some of our most precious habitats in the UK that also store vast quantities of carbon, dry up, and we see the effects of pollution being concentrated in our rivers as well, and drought conditions don't make that any better.
And the Trust's report says drought will be a leading threat to nature reserves for the next 3 decades, but it also now projects that if temperatures rise by 2 degrees Celsius by the year 2100, almost half of its 2,600 reserves will be in areas of extreme wildfire risk. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
And a reminder now of the hour's top story. Medical professionals have intensified their protests in the East Indian city of Kolkata after clashes with the police on Thursday. Tens of thousands have taken to the streets across the nation in the past week, demanding justice for the young medic who was brutally sexually assaulted and murdered on Friday. And that's the latest world news. From Feature Story News, I'm Nina Maria Potts in London.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
The tater chip proves you can't have just one in Morley. In Napoleon, a good night for a desperado and an outlaw. And get ready for Grand National pulling across every division, because we'll see all 13 in Bowling Green. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Raider Report. We've got to catch you up on class winners from 6 different divisions across Rockwell, Iowa, Morley, Michigan, and Napoleon, Ohio. And this week is the big one, the National Tractor Pulling Championships in Bowling Green, Ohio, Thursday through Saturday, August 15th through the 17th. Visit pulltown.com for everything you want to know about the world's largest outdoor pulling event. FullPull.live is there for all 5 sessions of the live stream or on-demand broadcast. And check NTPAPULL.com for a record of all the action as it unfolds and the aftermath. In Newfield's Ag Superstock Diesel, Colin Ross picked up his 6th and 7th wins in Rockwell, literally coasting to the 2nd in Session 5 with triple bypass. Update, make it 8 wins this season and a 5th for the family in Napoleon, counting 1 by Sister Lily and an 18-point advantage over Travis Schlabaugh's Bone Twister. In Yoder Popcorn Pro Stock, Rob Russell swiped one from teammate Brad Moss in the North Iowa National Session 3 as his workhorse bested Money on Black by 1 1/4 inches. In Session 5, though, there was no such robbery by Robbie Lemke. His New Generation Plus was plus 24 feet over Russell. Brent Myers injected funds, meanwhile, was 4th and 8th to keep his lead at 8 heading to Napoleon, where it won again, edging the James Ray piloted Mac Daddy for the night and the standings lead. In CM Pulling Tires 2-wheel drive, it was redemption weekend in Iowa for Tim Beatty, whose Sawmill Express cut down 33 rivals on Thursday night after a DQ in Kentucky. Then on Saturday with the final hook, Kerry Unger shocked the world with a 358-foot pass aboard his Overtime 2 for his first GN victory. In Napoleon, local hero Ralph Hunt from Oakwood caught the right track with the right truck at the right time and put 15 feet on the GN regulars aboard Yellow Thunder. John Hunt's Taz had the second best points night and now leads the race. In 4-wheel drive, it was a massive inaugural Saturday night win out west by Tommy Corsa and his new American Made, still in its dark gray primer. This came after Jamie Bush, counted among the 900 citizens of Rockwell, got a Friday afternoon trophy at his hometown pull with Wild Ride. Georgia was back on everyone's mind in Napoleon as Danny Johnson from Baxley scored his 3rd GN win aboard Desperado. Meanwhile, 3 more steady performances by Mark Mangan's Outlaw have stretched his lead to 21 points. In Dr. Preload Super Semi, R.J. Simon's Drivers Wanted remains in pursuit of Brian Elthorpe's Nicky's Nightmare, outwinning the 2-time champ 4-2. But a hard correction last Saturday cost Simon several placings and opened the door for the Bad Dog Mac of newcomer Chris Jeffress to get his first ever W. Then in Morley, Ben Gordon from just down the road in Amble pushed his Celebration on the Pond winning streak to 2 with Letter Rip Tater Chip, while Elthorpe came in second to go up by 6. In Modified Mini, Grant Theobald and Lil Wicked won for a 4th occasion on the season and wrested the lead back from Brian McDonald's Very Little Sanity. But old 7-time Adam Bauer drove by them both on Saturday afternoon for his latest home state win on Iron Toy. In Napoleon, all the leaders finished in mid-pack as Adam Kester's new for 24 Footloose looks mean and ready for Bowling Green with a blistering pass to victory. McDonald clings to a 1-point advantage. Bowling Green owns the weekend for 5 big sessions starting Thursday night, but until then you can whet your appetite with regional pulling in Norwalk, Ohio on Tuesday and Marshall, Michigan on Wednesday. NTPAPULL.com for the where and when. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
Thank you so much, Mr. Dunlap. As we get a new hour underway and a new day, 15th of August already. I thought we, in some cases, should be learning by past mistakes. That if you're going to try to incentivize someone who has ill intentions, like someone that wants to pull off a mass shooting, where do they typically target? Well, in nearly all cases, they target what would be called a no-gun zone. Places where they will not find resistance, the least amount of potential resistance. And I think that's the way many are leaning in the state of Texas with the announcement from the fair organizers, no guns. Attorney General Ken Paxton says Dallas has 15 days to fix the issue, otherwise I'll see him in court. Tensions over where and how gun owners can carry in public are frequent in Texas, but the standoff with one of the state's most beloved institutions has moved the fight to an unusual turf. The fair has not backed down since cowboy hat-wearing organizers announced that new policy at a news conference last week. The fair that reopens in September and lasts for nearly a month dates back to 1886. In addition to a maze of midway games, car shows, the Texas Star Ferris wheel, one of the tallest in the country, the fairgrounds are also home to the annual college football rivalry between the University of Texas and the University of Oklahoma. And after Big Tex, the towering cowboy that greets fairgoers, went up in flames due to an electrical short back in 2012, the fair mascot was met with great fanfare upon its return. But a shooting near the rows of food booths last year kind of dampened the revelry. Investigators said one man opened fire on another, ultimately injuring 3 people, resulting in police clearing the fairgrounds. A video showing groups of people running along sidewalks, climbing barriers, trying to flee. Defending the new policy, the fair spokeswoman acknowledged it has attracted both criticism from some and praise from others. She noted the fair previously allowed gun owners to carry concealed weapons, even after virtually all other public events ceased to allow the same. This, she says, is the right decision moving forward to ensure a safe environment and family-friendly atmosphere. Numerous lawmakers urging the fair to reconsider. In a letter signed by more than 70 legislators urging the ban made the fairgrounds less safe and would be anything but a celebration of Texas. In a separate letter to the city of Dallas, Paxton argued that the ban infringes on their rights of Texas gun owners. The city owns Fair Park, where the annual fair takes place. Paxton argued that gun owners can carry on property owned or leased by the government and unless otherwise prohibited by state law. Now, the fair organizers said the fair is a private, not-for-profit organization. It is not a government entity, nor is it controlled by a government entity. She did say we're aware of Paxton's letter. It appears he's seeking clarification on the city's relationship with the fair and its use of Fair Park under the long-term lease agreement between the two. She also disagreed that the ban would make the fair less safe, saying the policy is similar to rules at large community gatherings like sporting events and concerts. 200 uniformed and armed Dallas police officers and fair safety team members will be patrolling the fairgrounds as the attendees will go through a screening process before entering. All right, the fair, it's big. It's kind of a mystique that comes with Texas. The fair speaks to Texans' desire to emphasize the state's rural cowboy heritage and being on the cutting edge of technology. You can go to the hall there. It's all the most amazing new cars, maybe other exhibits about technology, but all right, so Little controversy at the Texas Fair. Didn't think that would go over very well in the great state of Texas, right? All right, Eagle, thanks for dialing us back up there. I think he had some comments about the monkeypox and the astronauts being stuck on the space station.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I appreciate you putting me back on, Steve. Hey, yeah. Before I get back to this monkeypox deal, I like some of the comments that Vic had to say about this situation with the monkeypox. But I want to talk about this space deal, Steve. I don't like what I'm seeing, and I don't like what I'm hearing in this situation. They're saying that these people could be back up there until. They saying that these people's lives are not in jeopardy.
Mm-hmm.
But let me ask you this question. See, just think about it like this. They're telling people that they have to wait up to another 6 to 8 months before they can get on another craft to try to get back down to Earth. Doesn't that sound to you like these people's lives are in jeopardy when they say that another 8 months in space? Why won't this NASA or whoever's in charge of this go ahead and tell people the truth? That Boeing, they're saying that they're trying to look at Boeing and another opportunity to get these people back, but they don't know if this vessel is going to get these individuals back safely to America. Doesn't that sound like an unsafe situation to you?
Well, I mean, obviously, the reason they're not bringing them back on the Starliner capsule, yes, obviously there is concerns that it may not be able to safely return. Otherwise, they'd have already done it. If they keep saying if there's an emergency situation that they can come back on it, but obviously they're not certain that the thing's not going to burn up in the atmosphere. That's what I'm. You still there? Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
Hello? Oh, okay. No, I got the phone. Okay, yeah, I lost control. But that's what I'm thinking, Steve. Even though I hate these people might have to stay up for another 8 months, I think they need to make sure that this is safe for these people to get back down to Earth. I don't want to see nobody lose their life. I don't know if hopefully they got enough equipment and things to keep them alive, food and water and whatever else they need for these if they have to continue on. It's got to be real bad, Steve. It's stranded out there like that. So remember we talked about what happened with the Titanic and those individuals. Search for them, but this is an even worse situation with these people. They might not ever come back. So all I can say is God bless them, and hopefully they can get these people back down to Earth and get them home safely. Now, the monkeypox situation, see, like I said, I like what Vic had to say. I'm very, like I said, it's not going to do no good to get concerned about it because nothing's going to happen. But if I'm just going to put myself in the position, Steve, if I was president of the United States or Canada, Mexico, any other country, right now, I would be closing my borders. I would be telling people that were from the continent of Africa, the Congo, Uganda, and some other names that they called out on your commercial break. Mm-hmm. These people would not be allowed into the country, unless they were tested and made sure that these people didn't have this virus. Now, what's so hard about that, Steve? That's not very hard to do. What good is it? This is how the virus spread in the U.S. the last time with the COVID virus. They told that Donald Trump was the racist because he didn't want to let Asians into the country. And you see what happened. If they would have let Donald Trump do his job, the COVID virus probably wouldn't have been as bad as it had got. But they didn't allow Donald Trump to stop these 8 people from getting in the country, and then all hell broke loose. The same thing could happen again if the proper measures are not taken, Steve. The border is wide open. And like I said, I told you before, Trump talks about, other people have talked about, people from the Congo are coming to the United States. And if they're coming to the United States, they're also bringing that virus with them. And it's just a matter of time before American people start getting affected. So hopefully the United States will do the right thing and close the border to these individuals. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
All right. Don't hold your breath on that, but think we all know. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Taxes for Truckers provides full-service accounting solutions for owner-operators. Taxes for Truckers is the driver's financial co-pilot. We help independent truckers keep their taxes, filings, and bookkeeping running smoothly so they can focus on the road ahead. Drivers who want their business to run as smooth as their truck choose to partner with Taxes for Truckers for their accounting and tax filing needs. Stop overpaying taxes. Call 888-TAX-4TRK to start paying less tax today. Attention, owner-operators and small fleets. Don't take chances with your future. Trust the trucking experts at 10-4 Truck Insurance for your insurance needs. Enjoy peace of mind knowing your livelihood is in safe hands. Protect your rig and your sanity. Give 10-4 Truck Insurance a call at 866-666-6856 or cruise over to 104ins.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Another day passes us by. Another headline in regards to hackers stealing our information. It literally has almost become a daily occurrence. Bloomberg News broke a very interesting report this past day. We'll share more on that. We all may be compromised. First, let me get to Pappy. What's happening, Pappy?
What's going on, Steve? Listen, man, World Health Organization, they're just priming us up, Steve. Priming us up, man. It'd be up to we, the people, to say, nope, sorry, I'm not closing my store. Governor Kasich, you can pound salt. Not going to do it. Man, you remember a year ago we were talking about the oil industry, I forget. While we were discussing it, I don't know, maybe oil prices went up or something. But, man, I can't remember the exact number, Steve, but remember I gave you the percentage of wind and solar power that is being used right now.
Mm-hmm.
It was really low, like 8 to 12% of our total energy comes from wind or solar. It was a very small number. And that we were like 35% underload what we need. Wish I knew the exact amount of numbers. And they want to, what do they call it, net zero?
Mm-hmm.
They want to have a net zero. See, that's impossible. It's not going to happen. Because we are breathing every time we take a breath. We're putting carbon monoxide in the air. Hey, anyway, Bongino was talking today. Did you get that email I sent you with the Daily Mails?
I had seen that headline somewhere else as well. It may have been via Drudge or something. Everything Drudge these days is anti-Trump, if you know what I mean. But so what are you saying? Did they say that's a fictitious headline?
Yeah, ready for this, man. That headline, I don't have it in front of me, but the gist of it was that Trump is livid about his vice president pick.
Mm-hmm.
And he's pissed off, and he's going to be firing some people and blah, 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 blah.
Heads are going to roll.
Well, Heads are going to roll. Well, man, according to Bongino, Steve, you know how we say we got these rhinos, these snakes in the grass? There's a certain person, I guess, that's not happy in the Republican Party that J.D. Vance was picked. Because he's not really a warmonger. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Kind of like Trump's view, specifically talking about the Ukraine war here. So there's a person that is very high influential, was in the Trump's cabinet, but he was in. This person was in his. I'm lost for.
Kind of in the inner circle is. Again, I do believe we lost connection briefly there. So let me do a couple clicks of the mouse, get things back up and running here. It'll take just a second. I'm looking at the headline. It was from Drudge. Trump is lighting up his campaign staffers as he hunkers down at Mar-a-Lago. According to two former aides, the former president's reported meltdown comes from two staffers who worked in the White House under the former president and have since turned on him. I think he feels this election slipping away, and that's where you're beginning to see him spiral. All right, Sarah Matthews was a former Trump spokeswoman speaking to MSNBC. Yeah, the report goes on to say Republicans and top donors are worried about Trump's flailing strategy as he continues to launch personal attacks on Harris and obsesses over her personality instead of core policy issues like the border, the economy, and crime. Then the other is Anthony Scaramucci, who claims he maintains close ties with the ex-president's inner circle after an 11-day spell as communications director, revealing that Trump is not barnstorming across swing states because he's pissed, in his words. Now, Trump is due to speak in North Carolina, one of the key swing states, yesterday, and he's expected to tour two more battleground states next week. Now, Scaramucci says he picked Vance. He knows Vance was a terrible, terrible pick. He's lighting people up inside his campaign right now about picking Vance. The former White House staffer said this is typical behavior for Trump. When things go awry, he starts firing people. So all this coming from, those who were maybe part of the inner circle at one point in time. He probably fired them, right? So hold that thought. We'll pick up there after the news break.
From Feature Story News in London, I'm Nina Maria Potts with the latest world news. Medical professionals have intensified their protests in the East Indian city of Kolkata after clashes with the police on Thursday. Tens of thousands have taken to the streets across the nation in the past 1 week, demanding justice for the young medic who was brutally sexually assaulted and murdered on Friday. Ishan Garg has more from New Delhi.
Doctors and nurses in Kolkata are demanding an increased security presence at the R.G. Kar Medical College. The teaching hospital where the crime occurred last week has been at the center of intense agitation for the past week. The situation worsened in the early hours of Thursday when a mob ransacked the hospital, vandalizing offices and overturning police barricades. Authorities fired tear gas shells to disperse the crowd. Hundreds of doctors had gathered at the hospital at midnight in solidarity with the victim. They say the vandals came from outside the hospital and were not part of the medical staff protesting. Prime Minister Narendra Modi says he shares people's anguish and has directed state and federal officials to conclude the investigation soon and bring the perpetrators to justice.
Former US President Donald Trump has vowed that the 2024 presidential election will bring about a new Trump economic boom or an epic depression if he loses. In an hour-long speech on the economy in North Carolina on Wednesday, Trump pledged to bring down the consumer prices of cars, housing, insurance, and prescription drugs. He then attacked the Biden administration for prompting a rise in consumer prices.
We will target everything from car affordability to housing affordability to insurance costs to supply chain issues. We have the worst supply chain we've ever had in the history of the country.
U.S. Vice President and presidential hopeful Kamala Harris's lead over Donald Trump continues to increase in U.S. national and swing state polls. The World Health Organization has declared the outbreak of Mpox in Africa a global emergency. Independent experts appointed by the WHO now say they're concerned the viral disease could spread to the rest of the world. The Democratic Republic of the Congo accounts for the highest number of the reported cases, with outbreaks also appearing in neighboring Burundi, Rwanda, Uganda, and Kenya. Jody Jacobs reports.
This is the highest emergency level under international health law. A public health emergency of international concern, a status given by the WHO to extraordinary events that pose a public health risk to other countries. The World Health Organization says the speed of its spread in the past few weeks is alarming. Specialists from the World Body convened an urgent meeting of its emergency committee to evaluate the situation. Since the beginning of the year, more than 15,000 cases of Mpox and 500 deaths have been reported. Mpox is a viral disease that can spread easily among people, causing flu-like symptoms and lesions. Most cases are mild, but it can kill.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shots Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shots Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shots Secret. Powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383 to apply today.
Thank you so much. All right, so got the phones back in order here. We'll get back to Pappy. But that's exactly what he was talking about. So I guess Bongino was mentioning by name. I hadn't got to the part of the story where I said right before the break, I said, well, they probably got fired themselves. And that's it. Yes, Scaramucci himself was fired like 10 days after he was announced as the communications director. 10 days. Something about he went on some sort of an obscene tirade Trump said, "You're out of here." The other, Sarah Matthews, she quit immediately after the Capitol riot. She's a never-Trumper. She says the U.S. cannot survive a second term, refusing to support him. Now you get the far left-leaning, oddly enough, New York Times, following that report that says, our reporting says Trump has not lost any confidence in J.D. Vance, that he's actually impressed on how he's performing on the campaign trail. The former president even described Vance as a political athlete. So it's a propaganda piece is what it is. It's just a propaganda hit piece from the Daily Mail.
Well, according to Bongino, he has information, and he wanted to call Kellyanne Conway out because others were reluctant, maybe afraid to do so. And she's a turncoat. And that was a flat-out lie that she leaked to the media because she knew the media would lap it up like thirsty hound dogs.
Yeah.
Steve, if I asked you, do you think J.D. Vance has been good or bad for the Trump campaign?
Well, it depends on who you listen to. If you listen to the mainstream media and
well, no, I'm asking you. I'm asking you.
I don't think he's been a detriment at all. I think he's a good pick.
I agree with that 100%, and I'd be willing to bet probably most of your callers would agree that J.D. Vance has stepped up to the plate and is doing a good job. Apparently, Steve, she's got some ties to Ukraine. She's been making a lot of money with this Ukraine war. And she's been using her influence, making money. She wanted a different vice president pick.
Okay.
Right? And she's not happy that Trump picked Vance. Could cost her in the pocketbook.
Go figure.
And Bongino called her out on it. Big time. And he warned her. Any more BS leaks like this to the media, that he's got more information on her that might just get leaked. So when we talk about these rhinos that are, will turn on a dime, all because they want to profit themselves and they don't really care about this country. That's who Miss Carolyn Conway turns out to be.
Really?
Steve, I wanted to get to something here. You could bear with me here. And I'll tell you why I kind of coming up with this, but let's talk about root of the problem. We all know what, a root of a problem is. You can identify it. Government never wants to get to the root of the problem, because if they get to the root and solve the problem, the money flow goes away. If I'm making sense here. I'll give you an example, Steve. If I got a tree on my property that's causing problems and I need to get rid of it, I'm going to go get me a chainsaw or a big axe and I'm going to cut that tree down right at the base. Be done with that puppy right now, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to go out there and start picking it down leaf by leaf, branch by branch. It'd take too long. Allow them leaves and branches to keep growing. So that's how you get to the leaf of the root of the problem. So, Steve, I want to just throw you out a couple scenarios. And at the end of the scenario, I'm going to give you 4 options to choose from. And you need to pick which one of them options that you think is probably the root of the problem. Scenario number one, you got little Johnny and Mad Max. They're both teenagers. Little Johnny's walking on his way to the gym. He's going to go shoot some b-ball. And he got his brand new Air Jordans he has on. So he's halfway there and comes across Mad Max. Mad Max, he wants little Johnny's Air Jordans. Pulls out a Tech 9 and busts a couple cats in little Johnny, severing his spine, rendering him paralyzed. What's the root of the problem here, Steve? Number one, assaults with deadly weapons is not banned enough in the hood. Laws on the books. We need more laws, in other words, Steve. Number two, local law enforcement needs more money. We need to fund the police more for to stop this. Number three, the governor of the state is easy on crime. They don't want to prosecute these people. You to think all three of them. And number four, Mad Max's dad went AWOL and didn't teach his son any morals or principles. You had to think which one of them is actually the root of the problem here.
I would say number four. Number four, ding, ding, ding.
I would say most of your listeners would probably agree. You could try to pick it down leaf by leaf, trying to pass a new law. We're thinking just by flooding the police department with money is going to solve the problem. Well, we need to be tougher on crime. But that's not the root of the problem, see? I think you guessed it. Scenario number two. Bear with me here, man. Little Susie's weirdo third grade teacher invited a 300-pound convicted sex offender dressed like a unicorn into the school, convinced that they had to transform little Susie into a tri-gender kitty from Pluto while they all sang Born This Way. The root of the problem here, see? Should it be more illegal for the teacher to abuse minors in school? Do we need to make it more illegal? Number two, not enough parents showed up at the PTA meeting yelling and screaming, voice their opinion. Number three, the principal shouldn't have hired this weirdo teacher. Or number four, the local pastor has stopped removing God's law from the community. I think there's a lapse in the Word of God, Steve. Government trying to take God out of our lives. 50 years ago, communist number one rule in the communist playbook: how to destroy the United States from the inside.
Mm-hmm.
Remove God. Take away their religion. Steve, what got me to this was that Facebook post. of that pastor going off on this guy, literally having him removed, if I'm not mistaken, because he just walked up and he wanted to get the pastor to say a prayer for somebody.
Yep.
I think even some of these pastors have been brainwashed, Steve. We all, throughout the years, we've seen these TV evangelists, right? We got conned by some of them using God's name to make money. Remind me of that old Hank Williams Jr. song. Line in it, preacher man talking on TV, putting down rock and roll, wants me to send a donation because he's worried about my soul. Sure he is. Just pass the plate. Stick your money in there. Steve, if we don't get back, and listen, man, I'm guilty. Steve, last time I've been to, you ready for this? The last time that I have been to church was in 1999. That's when my father died. After the funeral and after we were all getting ready to leave, my sister came up to me and said, Mom wants us to all go to church again Sunday. I said, okay. That's the last time I've actually, I'm not talking about a wedding or a funeral,
right?
But actually going to a church service. I'm guilty of it too. Try to live my life each day, trying to do what's right, having good morals, good intentions. But we're getting away from it, Steve, and if we don't get back to it, what did I say a month or so ago? Evil exists and good men do nothing. I think that was a Mark Twain quote. And we're seeing evil. Believe it. And that's why the opening comment here, are we losing from our founding fathers' ways? When they won the Revolutionary War, did they pat all themselves on? Who did they give thanks to? I don't know, Steve. I saw that daggone post, man, and I was just like, what an idiot, man. Every one of them patrons should have got up and walked out of that church.
I had never seen the clip before, but several people said that I guess it's been around for a while, but nonetheless, I mean, that's the kind of thing that brought to my mind. If you ever wanted to turn people off, against religion, let them see something like that. They're going to say, I don't want anything to do with that.
Yeah, and this guy's claiming to be a pastor in a Baptist church. He made that clear.
He made that. Yeah, and the fact that were those? It looked like the men in black, like they were actually bouncers there on the front row.
Yeah, it did.
It's like what the heck?
Hey, they jumped right up to his rescue and dragged that man out of there.
Yeah.
So, thank the Lord for Brother Rambler, because I know for a fact, I think we all know for a fact, if somebody came up to Brother Rambler during his sermon and asked if he'd be willing to say a prayer for some person, do you think Brother Rambler would tell that man to get out of my sight?
You're not running the show. Yeah, he would immediately. He would pray right then and there.
Right, sure. All right, Steve. Appreciate you taking the call, brother. I think this country's blessed by the hand of God, and if we step up and do the right thing here, I think we'll prevail. But if we turn our backs, on him and let evil exist, he's not going to save us, Steve. He will not do it. All right, brother, be safe. Thanks for taking the call. I'll probably to you tomorrow. Talk to you tomorrow when it's TGIF.
Yes, that's right. Can't believe that. Yeah, something along the lines of Sodom and Gomorrah comes to mind. Does that ring a bell? It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All righty, under the heading of mergers, acquisitions, an Alabama trucking company operating under the same family since 1958 has been acquired by a Kentucky conglomerate. Haney and White Enterprise out of Shepherdsville, Kentucky, finalized the acquisition of B.R. Williams Trucking and B.R. Williams LTL Logistics, based in Oxford, Alabama this month. Haney and White owns Haney and White Logistics and Running OX Logistics. According to the press release, B.R. Williams has been the family-owned and operated since 1958. According to the president, Greg Brown, son-in-law to the co-founder, Ruth Williams, has been running the company since 1992. He says, "I am eternally grateful for the B.R. Williams family. I care about each employee who's been so devoted and loyal to the B.R. Williams brand. I'd like to express our heartfelt gratitude to our customers and our partners for their continued support and trust for the past 66 years. Now with Haney and White at the helm, B.R. Williams is poised to reach even greater heights, further solidifying its reputation as a trucking, warehousing, and logistics industry leader, and look forward to a future of continued success and growth." So the new conglomerate will operate as BRW, with more than 300 employees, 175 tractors, 700 plus trailers, and 5 warehouses across its locations in Kentucky, Georgia, Alabama, and Florida. The company expects $100 million in immediate revenue and expects to reach $250 million by the year 2030. All right, see what Dan has on his mind this early Thursday. How you been doing there, Dan?
Oh, pretty good, Steve. I hope you're doing well, too. So, but, you know, I think obviously President Trump didn't know when he chose J.D. Vance that he was going to be the vice president on the opposite side, that the candidate was not going to be Harris. It was going to be a phony soldier and anybody that lies like he does is a loser. And I'm talking not about, obviously, I'm talking about Walz, the governor of Minnesota. And because if it hadn't been Vance, I don't believe any of the other vice president, Trump was considering any of the other possible candidates were veterans. And this guy Walz would have lorded that over them, at least I served. So now he's going to have a real time. Walz is going to, you know, I'm surprised he's still even on the ticket with this, you know, with the revelation that he did not serve in battle. He didn't, and he sat there. I think, and by the way, I appreciate the optimism in the faith that most of your callers have in our government or in the future of our country, I guess. But I have zero faith in this government. And this is another example of there's an FBI background check on these candidates for major office. And how did this slip by that this guy Walz was lying about his military service? And to allow that Kamala Harris, to get up there and make that lying statement that he's the highest ranking enlisted person, the highest ranking congressman, with that, I mean, we just blow that by.
Somebody dropped the ball. Yes, sir. Sure. On the vetting process, somebody dropped the ball. It's maybe they thought nobody would be the wiser. But hey, we paused there. Hang in there.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference, and why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250 TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in London, I'm Nina Maria Potts with the latest world news. Medical professionals have intensified their protests in the East Indian city of Kolkata after clashes with the police on Thursday. Tens of thousands have taken to the streets across the nation in the past 1 week, demanding justice for the young medic who was brutally sexually assaulted and murdered on Friday. Ishan Garg has more from New Delhi.
Doctors and nurses in Kolkata are demanding an increased security presence at the R.G. Kar Medical College. The teaching hospital where the crime occurred last week has been at the center of intense agitation for the past week. The situation worsened in the early hours of Thursday when a mob ransacked the hospital, vandalizing offices and overturning police barricades. Authorities fired tear gas shells to disperse the crowd. Hundreds of doctors had gathered at the hospital at midnight in solidarity with the victim. They say the vandals came from outside the hospital and were not part of the medical staff protesting. Prime Minister Narendra Modi says he shares people's anguish and has directed state and federal officials to conclude the investigation soon and bring the perpetrators to justice.
Former US President Donald Trump has vowed that the 2024 presidential election will bring about a new Trump economic boom or an epic depression if he loses. In an hour-long speech on the economy in North Carolina on Wednesday, Trump pledged to bring down the consumer prices of cars, housing, insurance, and prescription drugs. He then attacked the Biden administration for prompting a rise in consumer prices.
We will target everything from car affordability to housing affordability to insurance costs to supply chain issues. We have the worst supply chain we've ever had in the history of the country.
U.S. Vice President and presidential hopeful Kamala Harris's lead over Donald Trump continues to increase in U.S. national and swing state polls. The World Health Organization has declared the outbreak of Mpox in Africa a global emergency. Independent experts appointed by the WHO now say they're concerned the viral disease could spread to the rest of the world. The Democratic Republic of the Congo accounts for the highest number of the reported cases, with outbreaks also appearing in neighboring Burundi, Rwanda, Uganda and Kenya. Jody Jacobs reports.
This is the highest emergency level under international health law. A public health emergency of international concern, a status given by the WHO to extraordinary events that pose a public health risk to other countries. The World Health Organization says the speed of its spread in the past few weeks is alarming. Specialists from the world body convened an urgent meeting of its emergency committee to evaluate the situation. Since the beginning of the year, more than 15,000 cases of Mpox and 500 deaths have been reported. Mpox is a viral disease that can spread easily among people, causing flu-like symptoms and lesions. Most cases are mild, but it can kill.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks, looking today at the temperature records being set in Europe this year and the impact of them on a traditional English summer. The Wildlife Trusts, one of the UK's largest landowners, has published new research showing that drought is now the gravest threat facing the country's nature reserves. Catherine Brown is the group's Director of Climate Change and Evidence.
What we've seen over the last 3 years is records being broken across a whole range of different weather variables in the UK, and particularly last year in 2023, we had the driest period running up to the end of August since 1976. And what we see during drought periods is it's much harder for wildlife to find food. So a lot of people have been reporting this year that they're concerned they haven't seen as many butterflies, for example. We know that caterpillars last year were struggling to find food because plants are literally drying up. We know that wetlands and peatlands are some of our most precious habitats in the UK that also store vast quantities of carbon, dry up. And we see the effects of pollution being concentrated in our rivers as well. And drought conditions don't make that any better.
And the Trust's report says drought will be a leading threat to nature reserves for the next 3 decades. But it also now projects that if temperatures rise by 2 degrees Celsius by the year 2100, almost half of its 2,600 reserves will be in areas of extreme wildfire risk. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
And a reminder now of the hour's top story. Medical professionals have intensified their protests in the East Indian city of Kolkata after clashes with the police on Thursday. Tens of thousands have taken to the streets across the nation in the past week, demanding justice for the young medic who was brutally sexually assaulted and murdered on Friday. And that's the latest world news from Feature Story News. I'm Nina Maria Potts in London.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, just like that, we roll into our final hour. Another week flying right by. And we'll get back where we left off there. I wanted to jump real quick because I neglected to get to the rest of the story last hour. About 4 months after a notorious hacking group claimed to have stolen an extraordinary amount of sensitive personal information from a major data broker, a member of the group has reportedly released most of it for free on an online marketplace for stolen personal data. The breach, which includes social security numbers and other sensitive data, could power a raft of identity theft, fraud, and other crimes, according to the consumer watchdog director for the U.S. Public Information Research Group. If this, in fact, is pretty much the whole dossier on all of us, it certainly is much more concerning than prior breaches, she says. And if people weren't taking precautions in the past, which they should have been doing, this should be a 5-alarm wake-up call. According to the class action lawsuit filed in U.S. District Court in Fort Lauderdale, Florida, the hacking group, U.S. DOD, claimed back in April to have stolen personal records of 2.9 billion people from national public data. We shared that story last evening. They offer personal information to employers, private investigators, staffing agencies, others that are doing background checks. The group offered in a forum for hackers to sell the data, which included records from the United States, Canada, the UK. They offered it for $3.5 million, according to a cybersecurity expert. The lawsuit, reported by Bloomberg Law, says last week a purported member of the hacking group, U.S. DOD, identified only as Felice, told the hacking forum that they were offering the full NPD database. According to a screenshot taken by Bleeping Computer, the information consists of about 2.7 billion records, each of which includes a person's full name, address, date of birth, social security number, and phone number, along with alternate names and birth dates. National Public Data did not respond to a request for comment, nor has they formally notified people about that alleged breach. It has, however, been telling people who contact them via email that we are aware of certain third-party claims about consumer data. We're investigating these issues. In that email, the company also said they had purged the entire database as a whole of any and all entries, essentially opting everyone out. As a result, it said it has deleted any non-public personal information about people, although they said we may be required to retain certain records to comply with legal obligations. Several news outlets that focus on cybersecurity have looked at portions of the data Felice offered and said it appears to be real people's actual information. If the leaked material is what it's claimed to be, here are some of the risks posed and what you need to do to protect yourself. The leaked purports to provide much of the information that banks, insurance companies, and service providers look for when you create accounts and when granting a request to change the password on an existing account. A few key pieces appear to be missing from the Hackers Haul. One is email addresses, which many people use to log on to services. Another is driver's license and passport photos, which some governmental agencies rely on to verify identities. But they did go on to say that bad actors could do all kinds of things with the leaked information. The worst, the most worrisome probably, being able to try and take over someone's accounts, including those associated with their bank, investments, insurance policies, and email. With your name, social security number, date of birth, and mailing address, a fraudster could create fake accounts in your name or try to talk someone into resetting the password on one of your existing accounts. For somebody who's really suave at it, the possibilities are really endless, they say. It's also possible criminals could use information from previous data breaches to add email addresses to the data from the reported national public data leak. Armed with all that, you can cause all kinds of chaos, commit all kinds of crimes, steal all kinds of money. All right, we left off there with Dan. Thanks for hanging in there. Where were we? We were talking someone kind of failing in the vetting process of Tim Walz, big time.
Right. I mean, and I really think that the Trump campaign, as well as, to expect the journalists in this country to do anything, and I don't really, I wouldn't expect them to, but I think that's a question that should be asked. How was this guy being able to tell the Vice President of the United States? I mean, what else? If he's lying, there's an old expression about people that lie. If you're lying about that, what else you lying about? Mm-hmm. And how do you? I mean, is this just a single incidence of him lying? I'd have a hard time believing that. So what else is he lying about? And she had the former Attorney General Eric Holder running her vetting process, vetting out the VP candidates. So, I mean, and again, there's an FBI check done on a person who wants to become. Maybe it's for all federal offices. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Let's face it. If somebody wants to be an FBI agent, or there's a background check done.
Absolutely.
And they have the ability to do it. And he's getting a pension from the federal, the Minnesota National Guard, but he's getting a government pension. Well, actually, he gets another one because he served in Congress, I think, a number of years. So he's getting a congressional pension. And he was appointed to various committees based on the fact of this being the highest ranking enlisted person ever to serve in Congress, which was a lie. And did he put that on an application? Did he submit any information in writing and sign it that that's what his rank was? I mean, could you please let me know? And I promise you, I'll quit calling you and bitching about the ineffectiveness and the failure of our federal government.
Right.
If you can just point to one thing, sir, you spent And I paid attention. It was interesting. But you talked about NASA. Well, now they can't get the two guys back, the two astronauts back. I mean, tell me something that works. So, I mean, I would have thought she would have been upset. I'm not really blaming her. You understand what I'm saying for going on saying that. I'm not, because she was obviously told that, you know. And he probably sat there and lied. He did lie because he let the lie go on till he corrected it. But he was a master sergeant, an E8, not an E9. I only know of one E9. And that was a guy in the Navy. Is that a chief petty officer as an E9? Is that the comparable to the sergeant major?
That'd be a question for Pappy, yeah.
Yeah, I think, but anyway, was he in the Navy?
Yes.
So was Eagle. He was in the Navy. So they would know. But I did meet a guy who retired as an E9, and he was in a medical unit. But I was taught that are always told, when you get something like that, it's for a specific job. You know what I'm saying? And he was a battalion leader. Well, he really wasn't. He said he was. But I'm talking about Waltz. But that's the other thing. The other thing is, Steve, I know people who voted for Trump in 2016 and did not vote for him in 2020. Had they known, well, Missouri went for Trump anyway, but and Tennessee, where the other person is from, both of these people from a place where I go, but they didn't, because they didn't like the fact of the people he chose, like this Scaramucci idiot. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
A 10-day job, and the guy's trying to make a career out of it. Or Michael Cohen, or the one. Did Pappy say something about that woman? That left over democracy, that she's working for Ukraine? Did I hear that right?
Apparently, that's he. If I was understanding him correctly, Conway, who was the pretty press secretary or whatever under Trump. Yeah, I thought she was a staunch supporter, and her husband was the guy that was the big-time liberal, anti-Trump. How they live together, I don't know, but supposedly she's.
Oh, you talking about Kellyanne Conway?
That's what he was saying. That she's the one that kind of leaked some of this information out about the inner circle, the whole Scaramucci comments and all that, and that I got some sort of ties to where she's making money somehow with the whole Ukraine thing.
Oh, and Bongino knows that. See, because she's been scarce on some of the talk shows, this Kellyanne Conway. And so I kind of wondered about who he was talking about there. I thought, yeah, Kellyanne Conway. She actually was Trump's campaign manager in 2016. And, I mean, if that is the case, I have no doubt that she is doing that. But you see, that's why they didn't vote. They didn't like the fact that I'm going to drain the swamp, but I'm going to get the swamp creatures to drain the swamp. And none of these people should have been chosen. And that's the one thing I would expect out of President Trump is you're going to get a new FBI director. Well, let's go out in RFD. Go out in Ohio. Not my home state, but I live there, Missouri. Our governor is a sheriff, a 25-year. Well, why couldn't he be considered for the FBI? You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
I mean, let's go outside and clean up the swamp. And the other thing that the reason that they didn't vote for him, again, one guy said, I feel bad, but it was out of principle. And I don't have a problem with somebody like that, Steve. I don't. If you're doing something out of principle, I mean, that's our American way. But the other thing is they felt he got rolled on COVID. And I agree with that. I agree with both of those things. I think that I think Trump bought into this whole COVID thing. But mainly it's who he chose as a staff, and it's like, well, I'm just going to go to people that I know, and he had John Kelly and people. Mike Pence was a bad pick, but I do think that J.D. Vance, unbeknownst to the president, President Trump, probably would be the best person to go up against this guy Walz if he's still around. But I am not so sure that he'll make that. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
If they'll dump Biden, they're sure in the hell going to dump some lunatic. I mean, quite frankly, Steve, there's a point, and I don't know if this is. I think he could be charged with the crime of impersonating an officer. There's been some court cases come down where people went out, the stolen valor, and they've gone out and they've lied about their military service, or maybe they don't even have any. You understand what I'm saying? But they tell people they do. They used to be charged with that. And I mean, I know of a case of a guy in St. Louis that he was in the service, but he joined a Marine Corps support group. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like a Marine advocacy group. I can't think of the Marine Corps League. It was the Marine Corps League. My dad belonged to it. And he joined the Marine Corps League, and he wore a Marine dress blues uniform, but he had one of the medals upside down on his uniform. And that was the key, and that guy actually went to prison. That was about 15, 20 years ago. But I've heard that that's been a freedom of speech. In other words, it's not against the law to lie.
Yeah.
To lie about something like that. But impersonating an officer, I'm a frustrated lawyer, I guess, but I like reading those cases. But I think that this guy Walz could be charged with impersonating an officer. But they had to get that information from somewhere. So did he write it down did he submit that information to them? I mean, that's the storyline. Why did you think he was a commanding sergeant major? Why did you think that, and why did you think he served in a battle zone? I mean, why did you think that?
Because somewhere down the line he said it, right? I've got the Kellyanne Conway. I found the rest of the story. Yeah, I had seen a little post like social media thing, and so often I'll see those. You got to take a lot of it with a grain of salt. And I thought, no, there's no way. It was something along the line. Kellyanne Conway registered as a foreign agent for Ukraine, and I thought that doesn't sound right. But it's true. So that's what Pappy was alluding to, where she has. Well, she's going to be making money as long as the whole war in Ukraine continues. And that's why she doesn't like the pick of J.D., because J.D. and Trump both say J.D. is adamantly against more funding for the Ukraine war. We've done enough, right? Former Trump advisor Kellyanne Conway has registered to lobby on behalf of a Ukraine oligarch, according to the new foreign agent disclosure filing. Conway registered Friday to represent Ukraine billionaire Viktor Pinchuk's foundation as a lobbyist, according to the filing uploaded by the Justice Department under the Foreign Agents Registration Act. She is a registered foreign agent. The filing suggests she will try to engage with U.S. lawmakers and experts about Ukraine's interest and raise awareness about Ukrainians' fight for freedom and the Russian illegal war of aggression. She will try to make her best efforts to persuade U.S. lawmakers to attend the annual meeting of Yalta European Strategy in Kyiv, coming up September 13 and 14, according to the filing. Conway registered to represent the UK office of the Viktor Pinchuk Foundation. The filing described the foundation as a registered, private, nonpartisan philanthropic company limited by guarantee in the United Kingdom, primarily focused on advancing artistic, scientific, charitable, benevolent, and philanthropic purposes in Ukraine or related to Ukraine. The filing noted Pinchuk owns and controls the foundation and that the Ukrainian government does not control or own it. It said the Ukrainian government is the principal beneficiary of the registrant's activities directed by the foreign principal. It included an agreement between Conway and the foundation stating that she will be paid a monthly fee of $50,000. The term of the agreement began on July 25, will end on November 14. So this latest move by Conway, who was, again, one of President Trump's top campaign advisors or aides in 2016, to represent Pinchuk's foundation, as we know, many Republicans are still hesitant to approve more aid to Ukraine. Trump has previously suggested that additional aid to Ukraine, I guess if he becomes president, could come as a loan. This idea of just handing over billions and billions, no, it's a loan. And, of course, he said on a number of occasions he'd end the war in 24 hours if he were in the White House. Okay. Interesting. So, Kellyanne is kind of a, Pappy said, turncoat. She's making money off Ukraine now. She wants the war to go on. Happy Truckin' Thursday. There's Truckin' Phil. Coffee up. Good morning, Mr. Summers, the Hot Shot Secret Nation, and the great product of Staybill. Looks like 87 in Fort Wayne with a chance of rain. 83 Sterling Heights today. Let's get her started. Fort Wayne to Sterling Heights, Michigan, and back once again. Semper Fi from Truckin' Phil. In the Navy, thank you, Pappy. E9 is Master Chief. The senior chief. Master Chief, then Senior Chief, then Chief Petty Officer. So that's way up there, right? E9. Master Chief Petty Officer, MCPON. The Senior Enlisted Advisor to the Chief of Naval Operations and the Chief of Naval Personnel, responsible for advising on matters related to enlisted personnel. Also a spokesperson for enlisted personnel at the highest levels of the Navy, the E9 on the naval side. All right, let's see, coming up here, we got to get our news break in. We all recall the scenario of the Marine motorcyclists, the bikers that were killed back in 2022, or was it 2019? I think it was 2019. Time flies by. That case, the co-owner of the now-defunct trucking company pleading guilty to federal charges related to falsifying driver records. More on that ahead as we learn from day to day.
From Feature Story News in London, I'm Nina Maria Potts with the latest world news. Medical professionals have intensified their protests in the East Indian city of Kolkata after clashes with the police on Thursday. Tens of thousands have taken to the streets across the nation in the past 1 week, demanding justice for the young medic who was brutally sexually assaulted and murdered on Friday. Ishan Garg has more from New Delhi.
Doctors and nurses in Kolkata are demanding an increased security presence at the R.G. Kar Medical College. The teaching hospital where the crime occurred last week has been at the center of intense agitation for the past week. The situation worsened in the early hours of Thursday when a mob ransacked the hospital, vandalizing offices and overturning police barricades. Authorities fired tear gas shells to disperse the crowd. Hundreds of doctors had gathered at the hospital at midnight in solidarity with the victim.
They say the vandals came from outside the hospital and were not part of the medical staff protesting. Prime Minister Narendra Modi says he shares people's anguish and has directed state and federal officials to conclude the investigation soon and bring the perpetrators to justice.
Former US President Donald Trump has vowed that the 2024 presidential election will bring about a new Trump economic boom or an epic depression if he loses. In an hour-long speech on the economy in North Carolina on Wednesday, Trump pledged to bring down the consumer prices of cars, housing, insurance, and prescription drugs. He then attacked the Biden administration for prompting a rise in consumer prices.
We will target everything from car affordability to housing affordability to insurance costs to supply chain issues. We have the worst supply chain we've ever had in the history of the country.
U.S. Vice President and presidential hopeful Kamala Harris's lead over Donald Trump continues to increase in U.S. national and swing state polls. The World Health Organization has declared the outbreak of Mpox in Africa a global emergency. Independent experts appointed by the WHO now say they're concerned the viral disease could spread to the rest of the world. The Democratic Republic of the Congo accounts for the highest number of the reported cases, with outbreaks also appearing in neighboring Burundi, Rwanda, Uganda, and Kenya. Jody Jacobs reports.
This is the highest emergency level under international health law. A public health emergency of international concern, a status given by the WHO to extraordinary events that pose a public health risk to other countries. The World Health Organization says the speed of its spread in the past few weeks is alarming. Specialists from the world body convened an urgent meeting of its emergency committee to evaluate the situation. Since the beginning of the year, more than 15,000 cases of Mpox and 500 deaths have been reported. Mpox is a viral disease that can spread easily among people, causing flu-like symptoms and lesions. Most cases are mild, but it can kill.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP and mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Okay, the rest of the story. The now defunct trucking company Westfield Transport, the co-owner, pleading guilty to federal charges related to falsifying driver records. It was Massachusetts-based Westfield Transport. The co-owner, Danyandar Gasanov, pleading guilty August 13 to 3 counts of making false statements to federal investigators. According to the U.S. Attorney's Office, each count carries a maximum penalty of 5 years in prison and a $250,000 fine. It takes us back to June of 2019, where Westfield Transport driver Vladimir Zhukovsky was actually operating a pickup when he struck and killed 7 motorcyclists in Randolph, New Hampshire. Subsequently, in 2022, a jury acquitted Zhukovsky on all counts, including 7 counts of manslaughter, 7 counts of negligent homicide, and 1 count of reckless conduct. Westfield Transport shuttered soon after that fatal crash, but authorities say from May of 2019 to June of 2023, Dayandar Gasanov and allegedly co-defendant D'Artagnan Gasanov falsified driving logs to evade federal regulations designed to ensure the safety of roadways and drivers. He also admitted to instructing at least one Westfield Transport employee to falsify records to exceed the number of permissible driving hours, and then made a false statement to a federal inspector regarding the manipulation of recording devices that track your hours of service, your electronic logging device, in order to evade regulations. You can't tamper with e-logs, right? Wrong. He also admitted he falsely stated to inspectors that he met a driver for Westfield Transport who was involved in a crash in New Hampshire that resulted in the death of 7 motorcyclists on the day he hired him. In fact, he had known the driver for years prior and knew that the driver had been charged with operating the vehicle under the influence of alcohol years before. Today's guilty plea is a somber reminder of the lives lost. June 21 of 2019, the devastating impact this accident had on loved ones in the community. According to the special agent in charge, together our prosecutorial partners will engage the full force of our collective resources to pursue companies and individuals who intentionally ignore federal regulations and in doing so compromise the safety of the traveling public. It's on and on it goes, but this defendant flouted these laws that are critical to public safety, jeopardizing everyone on the road with tragic consequences here. Now D'Artagnan, which I'm assuming they're related in some way, D'Artagnan has pleaded not guilty, and he's actually awaiting trial. All right, Brother Rambler on a Thursday. Good morning.
Well, good morning, Steve. Sorry about the noise. If I don't get this door up, my phone's going to break up because for some odd reason, some of these O'Reilly stores is, these old metal buildings to kind of muffle the cell signal. But praise God, glad to be on the phone with you, Steve, and glad old Danny Boy is calling, and he just took the words right out of my mouth about an E9 for the United States Navy and the United States Coast Guard. That's as high as you can go if you were enlisted personnel. And then my dad, God rest his soul, he made it to E7 before he was forced to have to retire. And so he was very, very proud of that. And E7, that's you finally made chief status, and you get a little bump up in pay there. So, but Pappy, thank you so much for the kind words, sir. I really appreciate it. And Pappy has been in church here recently. When you log into Determined Ministries Church, even though you're not physically in the building with us and worshiping with us, you're having church, because that's what we do. We have church. And I'm all too familiar with the video, and I was kind of waiting because I wanted Patty to call in first, and I was going to call in after him. we have one of our members. She's been here a couple times, Sister Tanya, and and I'm not saying nothing negative about her because we love her to death. But she had even told me, she said, Brother Perry, I don't have much education, and I don't know nothing about the Bible. She says, my last church, I would get confused on what the pastor's saying, and I would want to raise my hand, and they would ridicule me and stuff. And I said, sweetheart, I said, listen to me. Christian, Christ-like. When Jesus was ministering to people, they had questions. They would ask him. He would stop and answer the questions. I said, if you have a question, stop and ask. I said, trust me, if the Lord's got an answer, and he will have an answer, he will answer you. I said, you're not offending me whatsoever. And I tell you what, I would never, ever have someone thrown out of God's house like that. Now, you got to ask yourself, you watch that video, ask yourself, what would Jesus do? Would Jesus do that?
No.
I've only read one time where Jesus got angry, took a rope, made a whip, and chased people out of God's house. But he had good reason. And do you know why? Because they made God's house into a mockery. They made it into a flea market. They took God's house and made it into a den of thieves. And a lot of times in the United States, Steve, in the past month, I've read several stories. Mega church pastors, black and white pastors. And I say that in alphabetical order in case y'all want to get me for race baiting. If you want to make you feel better than white and black pastors, all right. Have both done this. I mean, the most famous one was David Jeremiah. Step down because he couldn't control his sexual impulses. And you got several pastors that have stolen money. They have robbed the church blind, and you wonder God's children. You wonder why this day and age people spit on the church. They spit on pastors because people who have went to these liberal seminary colleges, and trust me, there are several liberal-oriented seminary colleges that will get a man or woman in there and brainwash them to go out and start preaching that Jesus was a liberal, that Jesus says, follow your heart, where Jesus never said, don't follow your heart. Jesus said, follow me. You got several people in their wolves in sheep's clothing, stealing money, molesting children, sleeping with wives and husbands, having an alternative lifestyle relationship, women with women, men with men. And you wonder why the church is in the such shape it is. Because mama, daddy, grandma, grandpa, family members, and friends put them behind the pulpit. God did not put them behind the pulpit. Trust me, if you're called to preach the gospel, God will let you know you're called. And I go right to it says in Matthew chapter 10, verse number 19, but when they deliver you up, take no thought of what you shall say, for it shall be provided to you by the Father which dwelleth in you. And as far as tithing goes, most of your listeners follow us on Sunday. I just checked the numbers before you put me on. We've had 737 people. The last message we had this past Sunday, we talked about eye hath not seen or ear hath not heard. We talked about heaven. And Steve, that was on a whole other level that God put us on in that message. And this is after we deducted the 3-minute views and the one, all the other views, that people will just watch for 3 minutes to go on to something else or just scroll right on past us. Mm-hmm. 737. I give God the glory, and I anyone who follows us knows I'm a very humble person. I never take a pat on the back, and I never make it about me. And I would appreciate if folks never make it about me, because I am who I am because of the Lord Jesus Christ. And I want to be just like him every time I wake up and my feet hit the ground. And that's how everybody should be. Even though we're going to fall, even though we're going to come up short, we should all strive to be Christ-like. And when it comes to tithing, many of our listeners and followers know that I have never, since November 11th, 2013, when I became legally fully ordained, have never asked anybody for a dime. You know, when it comes to tithing, Steve, and the church needing money, you know, and tithe in the Greek does mean tenth. You know, you can go to the book of Malachi chapter 3, and you can go by that. But Jesus, when that little old widow woman gave 2 little old copper mites, and the Pharisees and Sadducees made fun of her, he cut them off and said, wait a minute. I said, here you are. You got all this money, and you're giving this woman, that's all she has. She gave everything she had and gave it from the heart. She gave more than any of y'all have. When it comes to tithing, and I tell people, if you're giving to your church, give to your church. If you're giving to a charity, give to a charity. But if God has moved on your heart to give to this ministry, obey God. Obey God. I give 4 ways to tithe, Steve. You know, we give the church address. You want to do a check and money order, here's the address. We got a PayPal and a Cash App. But see, there's a fourth way to tithe. I'm going to tell you what it is. And everyone listen up. And it's funny because about 2 years ago, the Lord had me preach on this. And then last week before last, I watched an old Billy Graham, and I just started crying because he was preaching on, and this was from 1991. The Lord had Billy Graham preaching on the same thing he had me preaching on. And this is many years apart. It tells you how the Holy Spirit works. Tithe your time. Steve, in a 7-day period, you have 168 hours. Tithe means tenth. So a tenth of that is 16.8 hours in 1 week. Divide that up again, that's 2 hours and 40 minutes a day. God wants from us to pray, study, you know, tell people, hey, Jesus is the way, the truth, and the life. Tithe your time. You know, go back to COVID. How many people died in a hospital alone because people weren't allowed to go pray? How many people were by themselves? How many people do you know of that ain't got nothing? And you may have something extra in your pantry, or, you know, you may have a few extra dollars, and you know this person may need it. Give your time to someone. You know, Steve, we have people that follow us. They ain't got nothing, but they have time, and they'll go out and they'll promote our church. They'll share us on Facebook. I have a neighbor up the road. When he cuts his son's grass, he comes right over to my house and cuts the grass in front of the church, because we have, you know, a speaker outside, and he'll sit out there and listen to us while we're preaching on and singing on Sunday. He comes over there. He's like, man, I take that to heart. He says, I may not have much money, but I got a lawnmower. I want to come over here and start cutting the church's grass. Tithe your time, God's children. And when it comes to money, I rely on the Lord to move on other people's heart. If they want to give money to Determined Ministries Church, then that's between them and God. That ain't for me to go up and shuck and jive and try and milk you for every dime you got. That is between God and yourself on whether or not you want to part your funds. And I can understand we live in a society today where the church has been, excuse me, and I hope I'm not cussing. If it is, dump this. The church has been bastardized to the point where people don't trust it. And I can see why. Mm-hmm. You read stories every day.
Yep.
Every day, Steve. But Steve, God bless you, man. We're going to be live this Sunday, 5:00 Central Standard Time. I can't wait. The Lord's got a good message. The title of the message is "You've Got Questions, God Has Answers." email or comment your question to our Facebook page. Message us of what you have questions for, and God wants to answer your questions. He moved on my heart, and right as I got out of the shower, I was getting ready, and the Lord started speaking. He said, "Tell my children they have questions about me. Ask, and I'm going to use you to answer their questions." A lot of questions about heaven got answered last Sunday, and God wants to answer your questions. But you have to go to Determined Ministries Church and just ask. Send us a message, thing on Messenger. We got an email address. Email me, and we want to answer God wants to answer your questions. Even the most difficult ones. So come on and pay us a visit. And God's children, I can't get off here without telling you about something else, and that is this website. And Steve, I love this website. It's called overnightdriveradio.com. And on this website, if you feel like, okay, I got a little bit of extra money left over, I'm not going to give it to the church, but I like it when Brother Rambler comes on Steve Summers' show, so I want to support Steve Summers' show to have Brother Rambler and Pappy and Eagle and Monkey Gouger and some of the others come on. Well, then go to overnightdriveradio.com, and right there you have products you can buy. You can have the 30-ounce travel mug that will keep your beverages cool. I mean, Steve, you use a travel mug. What does it do for your beverage? Keeps it cool for over 24 hours.
It sure does. Yes, it sure does.
Yeah. We got our fashion model Ashton Mario card. You could go to Brother Dale Note's page, and Stephanie Note, you see he wears a fine shirt that has the Steve Summers Overnight Drive logo on it for $14.95. And let's not forget those 50-cent stickers. And Steve, your website also supports all of your hot shot needs and bundled packages. So go check out that site, and also check out Determined Ministries Church. And I'll leave you with this. Love is just more than just a four-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and he does, old Brother Rambler can love you, and I do. And listen, I enjoy the pat on the back, but do me a favor. When you hear me preach and you're getting into the message, just say, "Lord, thank you. Thank you." Give God the praise and glory. Don't give me the glory. Give it to God. I love you, God's children. We'll talk to you later. Bye now.
All right. Have a good morning. Thank you very much, Brother Rambler. What are you saying, Knuckle Buster?
And all of God's children said amen there, right? Morning, Mr. Steve Summers. Well, you got to be careful what you do or say. It will come back to bite you in the butt. I'm talking about that guy that killed them Marines up there. My Marine Corps brothers, they can rest in peace now. They died early and unnecessarily there, right?
Mm-hmm.
But if you're going to join a branch, of the Summers, join the Marine Corps. They got the coolest looking uniform, Steve. And one thing about the Marines, you're always a Marine. You're not an ex-nothing there. So, well, let's get this out of the way. There's a tear in my beer, and I'm crying for me, dear. Well, the Reds took the Cardinals 3 in a row, Steve.
I
was.
You jinxed them because you said you're not allowed to sweep. You jinxed them.
Yeah, I know it. It's all my fault there. Well, on to the next year. When a man asks me when I ask a man how he's doing, and he says pretty good, I tell him, you may be good, but you damn sure ain't pretty, right? One thing about it in this country now, see, our political leaders and role models, they don't have any integrity, they don't do any responsibility, and they have no self-discipline there. I can promise you this, if I messed up somewhere, no matter where it was at, that's where I got my punishment from my dad. It didn't matter whether it was in Walmart, church, school, whatever there. That's a firm believer that everybody needs to join the military for at least 2 years. They'll teach you integrity, responsibility, and self-discipline there. So join the Marine Corps and get that cool-looking uniform. This defense contractor, Steve, he got charged after printing top-secret documents and trying to leave with them for Mexico. He didn't get too far, did he?
He did not. Whoops.
Oh, no, that's right. Well, anyway, I don't know what, we'll have to see what his trial brings forth anyway. And I read on Fox there, I just got a chance to read the headline. This man in Mississippi, and it wasn't me, he discovered a rare mammoth tusk dating back to the Ice Age, Steve. So, I mean, I didn't know we had mammoths, woolly mammoths down there in Mississippi. But anyway, that's the way it goes.
That's an unusual find.
Right, absolutely. Well, everybody wants to be world famous, and he'll be world famous for finding that now. God is great, beer is good, and people are crazy, Steve. And me and Jesus, we got our own thing going. Faith is forsaken all. I trust him to be who he said he was and what he was going to do for me. Well, I don't have to go home to be with Jesus, but I can promise you I can't stay here. That's why I put my trust and faith in him. All right, have a great morning, Mr. Steve Summers. I'll be quiet and let you finish this thing up. It's almost quitting time.
It is.
Buddy.
It's almost there.
Yeah.
Have a good morning. Yes. So I guess that was, just a couple of days ago? From the Clarion Ledger, a Madison man doing something he frequently does, walking along a creek looking for fossils and artifacts, but this time he found something he never expected. A tusk from a giant mammoth. It is the first of its kind ever documented in the state. Now, he said, I knew it was a tusk. It didn't occur to me it could be a mammoth tusk instead of maybe a mastodon tusk. Until later, when I learned it was a mammoth, not mastodon, I got even more excited. I've never found any part of a mammoth. I've always hoped to find part of one, but that's pretty rare down here. This guy he's found many fossils, including a petrified bone from a saber-toothed cat, more commonly called the saber-toothed tiger. So he knew what to do. He notified the Mississippi Department of Environmental Quality's Office of Geology and the Mississippi Museum of Natural Science, I guess, so they take the artifacts, break them down, and tell you what it is. That's pretty cool. All right, we'll close it up right there as we wind it out on a Thursday. Will it indeed be Casual Friday? When we come back at the midnight hour tonight, I believe it will. Hope you'll join us for the next edition of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. seems you accept in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I